right. Yo, yo, yo. She's the one. Ba, da, da. Okay.
中岡だ。岡田伊蔵、お前が捕まえたってな。皮肉なもんだ。かつてのな。そう落ち込む。あいつな。だと心配。いやなら今は東洋様。吉田東洋。ああ。死ぬなよ。
やめろやめてくれ。勤王の獅子ってのはみんないい声で鳴くな。やめてくれ。もう全部喋ったじゃねえか。ああ、知ってるよ。いよいよだな。いよいよ今夜新選組の名を天下に轟かす。なあ局長。
あれ
鈴木と谷の相手はあの人斬り。そういや鈴木幹三郎って。こいつは伊藤一派にとっちゃ一大事だ。あと伊藤派で残ってんな平助だけか。
嫌だな。俺は昔伊藤さんにだ
がよ、伊藤さんを局長に紹介したのはおめえじゃなかったか。伊藤さんが新選組乗っ取った暁には長くら
いい加減にしろ、サヌス。新選組に派閥はない。
へいへい、悪うござんした。
土方副長、当然司令官ですよね。
無論
もういい加減私のよう相変わらず肩
Hey you guys, I'm Geek. And of course, you know, they drop cash. And by the way, you can also upgrade your character here. Click right here, you get cash, you get points. You can customize your battle here. Like for example, says wall jump throw, leapfrog, dash attack. Gonna use that. Nice. You can also improve your investigation abilities as well. And over here, your investigation.
いねえ松原は。私は勤王を歌い京の町で暴れ回る長州や薩摩の志士たちが。副長。
ああ、今夜新選組は歴史にその名を刻む。心して聞いて。昨夜、名前は古高俊太郎。実はこの男のねぐらから大量の
火薬やと。そんなもん何に使う気？
それを吐かせるために そして白状したところ、勤王志士4
なんや。
御所放火。
御所。
勤王って言ったら
御所に火をつけ我
ならねらいはわしらっちゅうこと
いや火災に乗じて
帝を奪う。
奴らの結局連中は帝を政治の道具としか見ていないということか。
なんてこと。わしらは何をやればええんや。
ああ、そう焦るな。おそらく今夜に
我々新選
よっしゃ気も
せやけど40人もの勤王し
んなもん
お前はそれで金がない副長。
主犯格は長州では何だと。いや
そしたら吉田利丸を取れば報酬は跳ね上がると。
まあよし他に聞きたいことはないな。それじゃあ我々が普段
斉藤君、何を急いでる。
Hello everyone, Johnny Hurricane here from Game Items. It starts at 30. Increase
え？
この前怖い人らに囲まれたんやけど大使から何やっとんのや公平が
何？
いや、それより中岡は来てるか？
中岡さんよ。
そう。中岡。お前も一枚かん。
ちょっと待て。
新選組に捕まった古高俊太郎って男が白状した。
まさか。
新選組は今夜、もしあんたも。あんたは。
俺がそんな。大体。
ああ。
まったくだ。
だがその一味は
土佐じゃよくある。とはいえ、そいつらが新選組にやられるのを見殺しにするってのもな。連中に新選組の襲撃を知らせてやらないと。
そんなことができるのか。
さあな、その一味の親玉は誰か分かってんのか。
確か長州の吉田利麿って男だ。
吉田利麿？分からんが、あいつ自身はもう
竹地がこんな計画に乗ったっていうのか。
お前にとっちゃ複雑だろうな。いくら勤王のためとはいえ。だがとにかく今は吉田。
あんた一人で。
仕方ねえだろ。お前は新。
そうだな。
お前はじゃ。
ああ。
どうも。よかったら寄ってってください。
いらっしゃい、いらっしゃい。
お兄さん。
斉藤君。
あれ？
知り合いか？
ああ、いえ。邪魔したようだ。
待ちたまえ。君とどういう関？
いやー、どうもこりゃ。すいません、失礼。
待て。
え？何をしてる？
落ち着け。
なんだ？
この情報屋は、つまり君が私にだった。知らぬ
が。あいにくだが、それに俺は。
私はそろそろ。 今夜
こんにちは。いらっしゃい。いらっしゃい。
しとる。
戻ったか。
なんだ。
金池田屋と。
そうか。
どっちかはっきりするま君の3番隊。
ああ。
勤王志士が集まるのは池田屋か
四国屋だ。
結構。
そしたらわしは
俺もどっちだっていい。
ああ。
おう。わしは起きたらと一緒に。斉藤君。
またお前か。
すぐに土蔵へ来いとな。何を急いでんだ。
斉藤、急ぎ。
こっちだ。
こいつは
見てわからんか。おもろいで。
やめてほしければもう一度だ、古高。
吉田はよう知らんが、剣も相当の腕やが、それ以上。
桂は一番いい。
ああ。
いいか。それ以外の
言われん。それよりそろそろ。
ああ、わかっ。豚し。斉藤君。今、獅子どもの会合を見つけたら合図を。ここが当たりか外れか。
ああ。
ふん。さす。ところで。
どうして。
いや、松原がなあ。
そういうのは入隊する前に聞くもんだ。
なるほど。
大した理由はない。
そうかな。君ほどの腕があれば、どの藩の勤
王だろうが幕府の犬だろうが、どっちで。
なるほど。 聞いているかもしれんが、
そうだ。
300年前の祖先が百姓だったという私もガキの頃は。だが黒船、本物の脅威を目前に、力さえあれば百姓でも。
志
近藤勇にはそれがあった。
幕府の
いや、
何？
いずれ君にも。私はこれでも。だが
余計なことは
それが
そういや
副長、勤王志士たちはいる気配もありません。
とすると
池田屋です。獅子の会合は池田屋。
聞いたな。
Go.
こちらです、副将。
斉藤君、池で。斉藤君。
Großhausen.
長倉。
斉藤か。油断したわ。 こいつが今日焼こうとしている親
I think it's this guy again. It's him fucking ages. I can't remember the last you. Yeah, I think that I was gonna say 4 is the last you see him, but it's probably even before that.
見事やさい。せやけど、奴を捕まえへんうちは。 斉藤さん、僕に早く言ってやってください。
あんたは
よう、久しぶりだな、斉藤さん。
ニーボリ松助。
へえ、よくあの偽名を覚えててくれたね。でも今日は本名を名乗っておいた方が良さそうだな。こんな状況で隠しても仕方ないしね。
まさかあんたが。
ちょっと危険な長州藩の舵取り役。桂小五郎、よろしく。
あんたが桂。
そういうこと。
どうしてあんたほど切れる男がこんな無謀な計画を立てたんだ。
ああ、やっぱりそういうことになっちゃってんだ。実はそれ誤解なんだよ。
なんだと。
いや、俺は必死に年丸さんを止めたんだよ。こんな計画やめなさいって。でも全く聞き入れてもらえなくてね。ただでさえ好戦的な長州の連中に加えて、今回は土佐や肥後の奴らまで加わったもんだから大変なことになっちゃって。で、仕方ないからあんたんとこの監察さんに古高のことを見つけてもらうように仕向けたってわけ。
じゃあ山崎に情報をつかませたのはあんたの仕業だったってのか。
彼には悪いことをした。辛い拷問にもあったに違いない。でも今日の町を焼いちまうってのよりはマシだと思ってたんだが、今度は自分の身も危なくなっちまったな。なあ、斉藤さんよ。人間ってのは命あってのものだれだ。どうかここは見逃してもらえないか。
あんた、
俺の話を全部信じてくれとは言わない。でもさ、無駄な殺し合いしたってこの国は良くならない。それにあんただって土佐に戻ってやらなきゃいけないことがあるんじゃないのか。竹地さんだってそれを望んでるはずだ。
竹地？あんたなんでその名を？
なんでって。だってあんた坂本龍馬さんなんだろ。竹地さんから大体のことは聞いてる。あんたが新選組に入った理由も知ってる。だからあんたが俺を殺す理由はないはずだ。だろ。
どういうことなんだ。ゆっくり話を聞かせて。不意打ちか。
俺もまあまあこそぶの手は使うけど、そんなことはしない。 斉藤、そいつが桂小五郎へ。悪いがここで死ぬわけにはいかないんだよ。というわけでよろしく。俺のこの国を憂う熱き思い、分かってくれるよね。
よくわかった。長倉、こいつは俺の獲物だ。手出しは無用に頼む。
なんやと。上等。桂、今度は鬼の副長か。ここまでだな。今日の借りは今度返すってことで、もう一芝居頼むぜ。
面倒言いやがる。
待て、桂。
悪かったな、仕留められなくて。お前、
皆ご苦労だった。桂小五郎は取り逃したがな。
さすが逃げの心やな。
でも他の獅子たちは切るなり捕らえるなりできたんです。まあ上々じゃないんですか。
ああ、それに他の収穫もあった。
あ？何のことや。
この中に勤皇派の患者が紛れ込んでいるのが分かったということだ。
ほう。
しかもそいつはどさくさに紛れて獅子どもを逃がそうとしていた。
こん中にそいつが誰だろうな。
土方さん、その裏切り者って 松原さんのことですよ。
何言っている。平助、くだらない冗談を言っている場合じゃないぞ。
松原君、君の素性は分かっている。長州藩の人間なんだろう、君は。
副長、そんな、私が長州だなんて。
カラスとか言ったか。その情報屋を使い、我々の情報を長州藩に流していたということは調べがついている。そしてそのカラスを君が処分したことも。
お前、俺のことを売ったのか。
監察の山崎が突き止めたんだ。3ヶ月ほど前から君が幾人もの情報屋に接触していることは知っていた。何かしらの目的があってのことだとは思ったが、まさか長州からの患者だったとはな。
ちょっと待ってくれ。それならこの新入りだと同じようなもんだ。こいつもカラスとは近い関係だった。疑うならこの男も。
見苦しいぞ。どの道裏切り者は粛清される。おとなしく死を受け入れたらどうだ。解釈してやれ、斉藤君。君がカラスという男と接触していたのは新選組に入隊する前なのだろう。ならばそのことを追求するつもりはない。
どうしてそれを。
今日の町の道場で腕の立つ剣士が天然理心流を探している。そんな情報が私の耳に入らないとでも思っていたのか。理心流を追うことは罪ではない。その類まれな剣の腕を新選組のために使ってくれるのなら、私は君を疑うようなことはしたくないのだ、斉藤君。この長州の患者を切り、そのことを証明していただきたい。さあ。
玉の百姓風情が生きがりやがって。近藤勇みたいな学も教養も信念もないような男に付き従うお前らに長州がやられてたまるか。カラスから聞いたぜ。お前が新選組に入った本当の目的は。
源さん。
局長と玉を愚弄され黙っているわけにはいかない。邪魔をしてすまなかったな。頭に血が上ってしまったようだ。
火の
上。よし、じゃそろそろ帰るとすっか。
そうですね。もうクタクタですしね。
松原が減った分、褒美の取り分も増えるってもんやね。
おお、そりゃそうだ。あんた頭いいな。
ねえ武田さん、せっかくだからもう一人減らしちゃいましょうよ。
面白い。やってみろよ。
次は敵を取り逃すことのないよう頼みますよ。
斉藤、よう覚えとけ。これが新選組っちゅう組織や。疑わしきは粛清する。俺はお前を粛清しとうない。
どういう意味だ。
次に敵を見逃すときはもっとわからんようにうまくやれちゅうことや。
これは勝先生。ここらで薩摩にくら替えでもする。
あんたに身の振り方そうだ。いつまで経っても動かない。さ理想だけの長州が、これからは薩摩の部。
とても幕府の人が
今日は腹の探り合いはこれまで上の連中なら一層
ほう
手を組めす。
幕府に戦争を仕掛けろ。
ああ、悪い話じゃ。それに今日は
武器。
この男はイギリスの武器商人と深いその気になりゃ土佐脱藩浪士坂本龍馬だ。
坂本。
新選組。
ああ、
ちょっと
なんだ。
お前が池田屋で奴は。
ああ。
だとすると
どうし。
所詮桂は3番隊の隊長。
奴が俺の
そうすりゃお前は松原の二の間長州にとっちゃ。
桂はそう。
でもよ、
どのみち桂がどうで。
どういうことだ。
俺が天然理心流を。
ああ、そうだったな。
今のところ新選組少しでも必要。
残された時間
だから少し時間のある限り新選組に顔。
近藤勇のことか。
ああ。
お前が見たとこ一番怪しいのは。
さあな。だが
ああ、
近藤も局長である以上その機会を逃す。
今度
Wait. Add on hard. What's up, Vay? Oh, God.
I have some truly terrible news. I know this is like a reoccurring theme on the channel, but a couple days ago, around about a week ago, I made a video called The Best News in 10 Years. And in that video, I made a truly amazing discovery. But I have to tell you, I do have some bad news. You've been bamboozled, you've been lied to, and that best news in 10 years isn't happening. Now, in that video, I talked about one of my favorite childhood games, Team Fortress 2. I played on the Xbox 360 as a kid, and on it you had the orange box, which was a
We can play a V if you want, but I just need to. I need to move it back onto the guitar drive. Bruh.
Alright, so I'll admit it, since the last video 1 week
Yo, V, what's up?
ago, all I've done is fish. And I know what you're thinking. That's all you've got to show for it? And I mean, yes, but that's a pretty big accomplishment for a man that's fishing with no fishing line whatsoever. Anyway, I hate my life and I wish I was dead. Let's jump straight into this video, shall we? Just to clarify, that's Agent 47 speaking, not me. And oh my goodness, it looks like I've unlocked something over here that I didn't even know I'd unlocked. A beautiful picnic blanket so I can have a picnic with myself. I'm so sad. Anyway, let's take a stroll this way, shall we? And head into my house, which is the place that I live. Now, I know you've seen this place before, but I've made a couple of sexy changes. I also read my newspapers upside down. Just kidding. I don't know how to read. Anyway, yeah, I still have a really bad drinking problem. With a great banana comes great responsibility. Since last time I invited you round, I've also accumulated some very questionable artwork. See? This crap is literally all over the place. Now, if you'll just excuse me for a moment while I clean my shoes. Don't know about you, but I always keep a sponge in my back pocket. And I think you'll be pleasantly surprised to see that since last time, I've also accumulated significantly more trophies, including another duck. I also have a bunch of crap over here as well, which is great. And a room that I've actually never even been into before. My bedroom.
A new part of the safe house is now available to use.
Yeah, I get it, Diana, but lonely single men like me that live in their mother's basement don't really have great use for a bedroom. Anyway, let's go inside. Wow, alright, well, I'm glad I didn't invite any women here because this is absolutely terrifying. Excuse me while I oh, hide? Hold on, wait, what? Is this hiding? Is this how I hide? I really wish I could see what Agent 47's doing from the front right now. I was hiding, bitch. And now that that's done, what do you say? Shall we head back down into the basement? Very, very sneaky. I know. The one thing I will say is that
I'm so sorry that happened. I didn't want any of this, but none of it matters right now.
So what does matter, you crispy-ass critter?
We have to meet. You need to see this with your own eyes.
I got killed by a grenade.
I'm so sorry that happened. I didn't want any of this, but none of it matters right now.
So what does matter, you crispy-ass critter?
We have to meet. You need to see...
What is that? Shop noticed. You have destroyed my shop.
This is a violation of Article 202 of the shop conduct. You are a criminal. Do not leave the floor and await your sentence. Oh my god, it really is the police. But I've got dark arts, which is pretty great. Oh my god. Ow. FBI, open up. Yep, where am I? Health. Ah, that's why you have dark arts there, is it? Yeah, pentagram. Unlocked Reverton mode. Don't think you're getting away with this. Reverton. Every pedestal gives 2 items.
Their technological growth and caused the country to flourish much faster than normal. This led to some pretty huge breakthroughs in the field of robotics, which means that they've been able to replace humans with machines for all manual labor and menial jobs, freeing. Well, Atomic Heart has finally arrived. A game that I really thought was going to spend the rest of its life in development hell. However, developers 6 years after. Atomic Heart has development that Atomic Heart it's not a it is so and composite of in hey let's an alternate which this shame do whatever they it's down to look at that it's kind of astounding to think that it's only 60s and if John Pertwee saw some of these also 2 minutes in could launch kind of Doctor Who
You don't have any question?
Oh god, this is going to take ages to load just because I'm moving all the stuff, isn't it? Yeah. Bruh.
and locks one down.
This taking ages to load. That's legit just because of this. What? Bruh. I'll pause this a second just to get this loaded. What sentence am I run if it's taking this long? Like, even on. That is because it's doing stuff with Epic.
I'm sorry to say, but failing your campaign has resulted in the Syndicate disappearing off the grid. But we know that nothing is predictable in this line of work. I'm sure you'll get back on the saddle. Let me know when you're ready for your next assignment.
I don't know why I'm music kind of wrong.
No worries. That's actually there you go. I guess when I heard her.
Okay.
Why is everything so weird at the moment? It's just because of Fortnite. Alright. But what's it giving us? Hold up, I'm picking that. Golden Creek's pretty easy. Miami. Yo, we'll do this because it's That one's pure RNG. Kaido. Kaido's gonna be a pain in the ass to get anywhere because you need all the key cards and stuff by the outfits. Headshot kills only. No body's fine. Sniper rifle kill. I can do that. Should be all them pretty. I don't have all my tools. I lost the fucking campaign. What do I have? An SMG. I don't need any of the guns. Let's see. Timed? Try that. Sedative. I see sedative in here, didn't I? Yeah. Sweet. So the way it works, Scott, is you do two missions, and then it puts you on an elusive target basically, and then like you basically just it gives you like it's a bit easier than an elusive target, but it's still it gives you a general idea of what to look for. It gives you like four. Well, it depends. Like it gives you a certain amount of suspects, but at the moment, like we can do this any way we want. Like I could just run and shoot the target in the head and leave. But if you do the bonus, you get currency and shit. I see how it takes to load because Fortnite's still Fortnite's ain't finished. Pause it a second. Is it this load? Because usually lose in a second or two. Because it's transfer and shit. Taking ages. Unless it's because of maybe the settings are higher than usual. It shouldn't be taking this long. Come on. Finish loading. Come on. The bar's not even moving. Like, it just jumps up in massive spikes. Come on. Okay, there's no reason for it now. Oh, there we go. Alright.
Welcome to
Oh,
Colorado.
fuck.
We have been informed that the syndicate is currently
This
in
map?
operation here. Find the target and
Why the
Good luck, 47.
Okay. I got a minute to do it. Okay. I need to get an outfit first of all. Are we? Oh shit. You gotta be shitting me. Okay, that's fine. We're all good. It doesn't matter if they see the bodies. We're after Silent Assassin. Alright. Why can't I move? Huh? I'm talking about because this. Oh, there we go. Because this transfer and stuff, it's like. It took so long to swap the outfit there. Alright, we have to. How are we gonna get this fucker in a minute? No, I'm not gonna bother poisoning the target. Instead. That's not gonna pierce. Anything? We can still do sedative. We're not doing the time trial though. Like, fuck that. Let's just go with the extra 1,500. We can hide the body as well, so I'll get an extra 2,500.
Oh, you're trespassing. Please.
Seriously?
Around, sir. That's it. One foot in front of the other.
What's this I hear about a train?
No trespassing. Violators will be shot and don't come around here again.
Where can I go then? The outfit's gonna be easy enough to get. Can find a way up.
going to Mexico to chat to the natives.
Help our body, make her day.
We'll just shoot him. This guy doesn't turn around. He does move.
What's your take on the spark? Rose? Oh, nasty little prick if you ask me. Sure, it's not his fault that he grew up in that crazy collective farm out in the outback. What were they called?
He turns around again.
They're a bunch of left-wing cultists. But still, some of that stuff he's done makes no skin crawl.
Ah, fuck it.
The oil rig, I get it. That got...
Syndicate member eliminated. Well done, 47. Return to the safe house. Collect yourself. I'll be in touch.
Fuck it. How come we were waiting for them? I don't really have the best setup for this one anyway. Alright. No, we just need to get out.
We need more men now. Better lock and load. C2, this is Alpha 1 Actual. We've got
There we go.
someone responsible. What's going on? We got a situation. Get ready to rock and roll.
We just got the default payout, but Colorado was a pain in the ass anyway.
Copy that. Let's keep this place airtight.
I swear to God, this deletes files I just moved. This has done something like that before. Fortnite. That was a ship mission, but that's one down.
Impressive work, 47. Let me know when
That's
you
almost annoying. One out of the way at least. Colorado, you have to. Well, it's not that it's a hard area. It's just that you can't really go loud in it, or you just can't fucked. Where can I put this gun? I don't really use assault rifles, but I guess if I ever need to use one now, I've got it. So after every mission, it gives you shit. Oh, Trank. Trank and a hacker. That could be good. Alright, so Ambrose is a new map. Headshot kills only. Sniper. What can happen? I'm just waiting for Fortnite to transfer over and shit. Oh. What's the prestige? We're gonna ignore these first two and just go for prestige. Is that assassin? Sure. I kill was one of them.
Have a good trip, 47.
Alright, so if I pause this now, and then how do you do it? So And then it should just be. That should be it. The guy had the Evil Dead game. It actually looked okay. Like from what I've seen of it, like it looked fun. Yeah.
Yo, what's going on?
Bro, did you see how bad the loading was when I was transferring that shit across? Like, I was stupidly bad. Like,
I was vaguely paying attention. I saw you drag a box in now and then, but I wasn't really looking.
it was like, so when I was transferring, like, it was taking me just to load, like, Hitman, because I was transferring the files, but, like, it got so bad that when I actually got into the mission, when I changed outfit, my character actually sat in place for a while. And before
No, I did see that. I was wondering why it was taking so long.
Yeah,
It's on the loading screen for ages.
I was so confused, but it was because like the files are transferring, but I've never seen it that bad. Like I've never even seen like a game taking like an asset, just like a suit to like change an outfit, fucking take that long.
I have a very important question, right? How is Yakuza 0 only 10 gigabytes?
Is it?
Yeah, that game has like some of the most insane textures I've ever seen.
It might be because it might just be really well compressed.
Yeah, but I say that now because I'm downloading Hitman 3, which is
So
70 gig, and I'm like, what the why are
yeah, so
big? It's ridiculous.
the download for Yakuza 0 on Steam is 24 gig, but it might end up being a bit bigger than that.
Really small. It doesn't take that long to download. That's really 24 gig.
And
Maybe because I'm looking at the PS4 version, which is 10 gig. Maybe that's why.
Yakuza Kiwami is 20 gig.
Why is the PC version like twice the size of the PS4 version?
It might
pretty much an exact port.
The download might be smaller. It might just be compressed, like a bit better or some shit.
They've stopped bothering to compress games on PC, and Activision
Some games do.
Stop bothering to compress games in general.
Some games do really well. Like some game it'll say it's like Ark. Ark's a really good one for it, but it's weird because like if you go download Ark, it's like 300 gig, but the download for it's like 70. Yeah,
it's just insanity.
Ark is 304 gig.
I can't believe that Modern Warfare is like 150 something gigabytes. Like
I was gonna say I'm surprised Ark's so big, but Ark actually makes sense because there's like fucking like 8 different DLCs, like all the maps and shit. It makes sense.
4 gigabytes.
Like it makes sense to an extent because like like all the fucking DLCs that come with it, like every single map and like all the story stuff and all. Like it actually has like a lot of content.
Some games I kind of get it, but I think we're at the point now where uncompressed textures are just like
Bro, why the fuck? Look where it fucking spawned me. Bro.
Let me guess. You want to know about
It spawned me like knocked out in a clown outfit. It's like
so it is true.
where the fuck's the target?
Mood-altering neurochip implanted in his brain. So
Alright, so I
like the roguelike mode.
yeah, so it can't just spawn you somewhere random in the map.
It spawns you in a bed in a clown outfit.
Oh, the clown outfit I picked, but like it shows like an where the fuck am I?
Have you noticed that all the speedrunners use the clown outfit for suit only? It's so dumb.
Oh, that's actually might work.
Dude, I put so much time into Hitman 3.
There we go.
That's why I
Sweet.
was really confused. Like I was like, do I even own the game? And then I remembered, I had an influx of memory about how I couldn't access any of my Hitman 1 or 2 stuff because I bought those on Steam. I forgot.
They made so you can like they made like the transfer thing for you. Like that's why I ended up buying it. So I think I bought Hitman 1 and 2 on Steam because it was cheaper, and then I got the third one on Epic because it was only on Epic at the time. and then you had to go on the website and do some. It's just because it's because of the licensing issues. Because like the first two were like Warner Brothers, and then the other one was like their own thing.
It was such a colossal fucking mess because they tried to make the World of Assassination thing on PC really consistent, and it was going really well until Hitman 3, and then they fucked it up by having the Epic exclusivity, which meant unless you had the first two on Epic, which nobody did because they weren't exclusive, it meant that if you bought Hitman 3, you didn't have the content. I remember being so irritated by that. Which is why,
that's
the
why
reason I stopped playing it. I beat the game and did everything there was to do pretty
What-
much. I just
with the with the new update, the freelancer mode. Now it's not Hitman 3 anymore. It's just, well, I think it is still Hitman 3, but it's just Hitman World of Assassination now. So if you buy it now, it just comes with everything now, instead of having to buy all the other shit. Yeah, it's 60 quid and it comes with everything, so you don't even have to worry about buying all the DLCs and shit. I forgot that there's a VR mode. The VR mode's really fucky though, but it's like, it's one of the ones where it's like it's like janky, but it's fun. If that makes sense. Like you fucking like, I think if you do like if you do the garrote wire on them, the float in there for some reason. Like they fly off. I don't know why, but it was like a bug. I think they just kept it in.
I remember thinking back in the
fuck's
day
my
by the way,
target?
that it was insane that we'd never get Yakuza 3 on the 360, but now, having seen the file size, it makes sense.
Why?
Yakuza 3 is like 13 gigabytes even on PS3, which explains, I think, why it never came to 360 in the first place. Because the 360 had DVDs and not Blu-rays, so it'd have to be on 2 discs, which is just a pain in the ass. And look, let's be honest, Sega wasn't invested enough at that point to put it on 2 fucking discs.
Yeah, fuck that.
Sega couldn't even be asked to include all the content in the game, rather than like changing the content that was considered, a bit too niche. They instead just removed it completely.
I need to
They
find
fixed it
some.
in the remaster.
I need to find something I can throw, just to get this. Oh, actually, oh no, this isn't gonna work,
You
is
had
it?
the perfect opportunity to kill him right there, because there was nobody around.
No, I need to kill him. Well, I'm trying to do the bonus objective as well, but like, I need to find something I can throw. Like, I need to find something to distract him with, but I have nothing. Actually, we'll lose Silent Assassin. Actually, well, I could just do it for the meme. Ooh.
I think my
Uh,
Fortnite downloaded faster than yours transferred.
It took ages to transfer. It's because it was going from a shitty hard drive to the good one. So like the old hard drive was terrible. I need to get. Oh, I know. I'll do. I can go buy a weapon if I want.
God, I haven't played Fortnite for fucking hell, like 2 months.
I kind of wish I bought that hacking thing.
Oh no, I played it with Connor like a month and a half ago, ish, when the Dragon Ball stuff came out. I played I think 2 matches and then stopped. Although we we won. Me and Connor won, by the way. we played like 2 matches and actually fucking won somehow. Fortnite. It happens sometimes like that.
Oh, there we go. That guy walked out and let me in. There we go. So there's one thing done. I
The best thing about speedruns of Hitman is how they manipulate the AI to do stupid shit like walking.
Oh
through
yeah.
walls.
Even if you sometimes if they have guards, the target, you can just keep bumping into the bodyguards until the target gets far enough away. Then you can just kill the target. Yeah, you can just nudge them, and then there's like the panic cone as well, so you could shoot twice. So if I shot twice now, they would run to where I am. But like, if I just got out of that circle, they would just ignore me. Even if I had like a sniper rifle out, they would just run past me like it was nothing. Alright, so I need something to distract the target.
There's at least a lot of quests to do on Fortnite now.
Yeah, that's the nice thing. I gotta come back to it. And, like it's. Alright, so I've got.
None of the Geralt ones seem like ridiculous. They all seem pretty doable in like 1 session, to be honest.
Fuck! I lost the Silent Assassin. Well, fuck it
except
then.
This one. Complete 3 bounties. No, that's kind of a pain in the ass. Because that can go a good way or a bad way, depends on luck, basically. Defeat a boss. Depends on what boss it is. Emote in the Citadel throne room.
I'll get to the bottom of this.
The lawyer. Trial of the century.
Yeah, none other.
Yeah, rather dab already, yeah.
Greetings, sir.
I don't even really give a fuck. I don't really want to help anyway.
I really fucked this up. Like it was going, it was kind of going well, and then I just, as soon as I lost Silent Assassin, I was like, fuck it.
I think
I target's dead.
Hitman's biggest downfall is how the game plays once you get caught, and that is not very well.
I'll contact you later.
It's not unplayable by any means, but it's not very good when you get caught.
You can recover most of the time, but if you're going for Silent Assassin, it's just kind of a wash. It's just kind of like, alright, restart. But like, if you're not going for Silent Assassin, it's not as big of a deal. I'm gonna pick up some random shit just to put in my box. I picked up a hammer on the way out, so I didn't get any of the bonus paid things, but that's fine. I don't really need them right now. It's just to buy stuff when you're when you're in the mission. There's like an AI that you can buy weapons from and stuff. There's like safe store on the map as well, added. So there's an AI that you can interact with to buy stuff using the Mercers. So the Mercers are like the currency that you get from the payout. And then there's a safe that you can like hack into, or you can hack into it, or you can blow it up. And then there's like a random AI going around. And I think you can like knock him out, and he has money on him as well. If you have no money, you can knock out that guy, but it depends on what you pick for the mission. But because this is like you don't really need Silent Assassin unless you pick it, like on the prestige reward. I picked it for that one and fucked it up, but I still got the target and got out.
It's amazing how if you boil Hitman down to just kill the dude, it's really easy.
Most of the time, if you're on a map like Colorado, it's kind of harder because Colorado is like a hard map to go loud in, just because there's so many fucking guards. Like the whole map is basically guards.
The syndicate took a serious blow, but there is still much work to get.
So like, there's the way it works. It starts off you do 2 targets, then it's the syndicate target. But if you look in the bottom there, so it's like you see 4 levels essentially of like the tasks, and then if you die, I think you die once, it's okay. But if you die twice, it like feels. It's 2 or 3 times it feels the campaign. But here I've got 4 suspects. Nobody's found. Just never. Okay.
You've done well, 47. We now have information on the syndicate leader's current whereabouts.
I thought that was a fucking crossbow. That's a crowbar. I'm gonna take the breach in charge just for the sake of it. The last time I got one of these here, like ones I didn't know who the target was, but like 2 of the suspects were beside each other, so I just blew them up. It was one of them. I don't know which one it was though. Where the fuck? Oh. Got myself a police baton. Where's the hammer go? Alright, so what's the prestige one? Neutralize an assassin. Oh! Okay. A minute later, I'll just take this, but like, I doubt I'll do it. Alright, so this here's, it basically gives you a general idea of what the people have. So it's like agenda, secret meeting, their tail is their smoker, the sweet tooth as well. So you might see them eating shit. Then you look for earrings, necklace, hat, and then their ball. Okay. And then there's 4. It kind of makes it easier on you to start off with, but I think that like the further you get into it, the harder it gets. There's like a hardcore mode as well, but I haven't tried it because you have to actually have the campaign finished. I've never played it enough to finish one yet. But you have your like the safe house. It's kind of stupid. Like You have to get, I think it's like level 10 to unlock, level 10 mastery to unlock the bathroom. But like, I don't know what the point of it is.
Sorry. I'm laughing at something. Have you seen how shit the box art is for Yakuza 3?
Isn't it just like Kiryu's just standing there or some shit?
Well, compared to the Japanese one, which by the way is really good, like it's so shit. Why does it look like that?
It's a really shitty Photoshop job, isn't it?
Yeah, like the top of his head's cut off. Why is it like that? I've never actually seen it before. What?
You need to identify the target first.
I think Yakuza 4, I think most of them are pretty bad. Like Yakuza 4 was pretty bad as well, I think.
I think that in general, all the Japanese ones are actually like way cooler. I think Yakuza 4 is exactly the same. Yeah, it is. Like the British, actually, it's okay.
Yeah, you get.
Box art is
And
pretty
last
cool.
but not least,
Not terrible. I've seen a lot.
I hope these tells can be used to your
Yeah,
Japanese one does look cool, though.
the remastered one is just them standing there. Like the remastered one's just that. Oh, actually, no, I just realized the remastered one is the Japanese one, just in color.
Yeah, I think it's the same for all three. It's the same with Yakuza 3 remastered. Even the icon on PlayStation.
You can really see the difference between the actors there and the detective guy.
Yeah.
I played four was the first one I ever played. It was the one I played it when I was younger, but I didn't get far into it. I played like 2 hours and stopped playing it.
It's I don't know. It's a very loaded sort of game. You've got to like sit down, be by yourself to enjoy them properly, and just get into them. I've never found any of them to be easy to play when you're talking to somebody because there's just so much that happens that you just can't really pay attention to it. If you're not focused.
Well, if you're doing side stuff, it's not too bad. But if you're doing the main story, yeah, there's just so much dialogue.
It's not as bad in the newer games, but like I spent like 2 hours running around in Yakuza 3 not knowing where to go, and I just have to go speak to Baruka, and I had no idea because the game didn't tell me. But actually, it told me 6 months ago when I last played it, and I just had no idea.
I don't know if it does it in the older ones, but I know in the newer ones, if you stand still for a while, it tells you where to go, basically.
Yeah, and it said like right now I need to go to Tokyo, and I'm like, okay, well that doesn't help. It doesn't tell me where to go. They did add a quest marker though.
Does this man have earrings? Oh, he does. Hat, earrings, necklace. No, well, I can't really tell if he has hair, but I'm guessing he's bald. Now we just need to see if he's. Oh, that guy seems like more likely to be the target. No, he doesn't have earrings actually. Does he? No.
You know, I think Sega basically buried themselves with Yakuza 3. You know, it was their fault.
Looking good today, sir.
Well, it was like one of their like first games on the PS3 as well, so it was a bit rough. It was the first time new hardware and all.
It wasn't just that though. It was how they marketed the game, which was completely wrong. They marketed it like a Japanese GTA, which is basically exactly what they did in America. And they made it look like it wasn't something. They made it look like it wasn't what it was. They made it look like a GTA clone, which is not what it is at all. Actually, I think Yakuza hits the key elements that GTA fucks up so bad in terms of open world games. Like, Yakuza's open world is like very much part of the experience. That's the whole point.
Does she have an ear?
In GTA, it's like set dressing.
That is an earring, bro.
You know, GTA's story could be set in a linear level-based system and not change at all.
Yeah.
Did you ever think about that? That's why GTA is like so shit for like open worlds.
Well, it's the same with Red Dead Redemption. Red Dead Redemption 2. If you go off the path at all, it's like you feel a mission. It's like, bruh, come on.
Exactly. You may as well just make a linear game at that point. The open world in Red Dead 2, I will admit, is a lot better than GTA 5, purely because there's a lot more to do outside of missions. GTA 5 is very like, yeah. But then
she's not suspect.
And like the mini games and shit, like in GTA, just aren't even fucking on the same level. Like, oh great, you can play a really bad game of tennis with Amanda. Brilliant. What a great game this is. In Yakuza, that game of tennis would have like different rackets, a progression system, upgrades, and a whole side plot sub-story about how tennis rackets are like evil or something, and it's ridiculous and stupid. But that's why I love Yakuza, because shit like that happens. and it's great, despite
Oh.
the fact that they had absolutely no reason to make this minigame over the top, but they did anyway. In
Oh.
GTA, it is literally something for programmers to waste their time on when they're done with the base game. That's all it is. They don't put any effort into them.
I think
That's
this
why I
guy.
would say- Sorry.
Sorry, no, I think this guy might be the target. It says assassin. Oh.
Anyway.
No, I know what you mean. No, like there's just so much shit that it's like it's okay when I think this guy might be the target. I might just clip him just for the sake of it. See if he is.
I think some of the mini games in the Yakuza games land better than others. Personally, I wish there wasn't so much shogi and mahjong and koi koi in so many of the games because I literally do not give a fuck about those ones.
Yeah.
In Yakuza 0, I spent like 3 hours playing poker with my friend when we were both drunk, and it was great because we wasted all my money. Like the gambling in that game was so much better than every other Yakuza, and I don't know what it was, why they did it that way. I don't know, like the actual gambling, the presentation, the way it looked was so good, and then they haven't really done that in any of the newer games since. Yakuza 3 has gambling, but it's bad. Ishin has gambling, but money is so precious you dare not spend it on anything you don't need.
I've wasted so much money in that. I'm not gonna lie.
I did as well. I spent like 4 real playing chicken races for like 2 hours.
I might die here.
I won like 1 of like 10 of the matches I did.
I fucked up. I had the target and like. Okay, I think. Oh no. Oh fuck. Okay, I balls that up. I had the target killed. I could have just left, but I was trying to find an assassin. There was an assassin nearby. I don't know who the fuck the assassin was. I don't know how you're supposed to tell. Like the target, I could kind of guess because I narrowed it down. I narrowed it down to 2 people, and I just took a gamble. But like, I don't know who the fuck the assassin was. That's meant to be the other guy. Like I seen a guard near him, and I thought that was him, so I killed the guard. I just went downhill. He wasn't the assassin. Alright, Fortnite should be ready. Is it?
Do you want to know something really interesting? You know, Yakuza sometimes like forces you into like going on like going out for meals with a character as like part of the story.
Mhm.
Like, you don't have a choice. I was wondering what happens if you don't have any money when it forces you to go to a restaurant. I found out it just doesn't let you go in.
What is it?
No,
Do you know Persona 5 has something for that? In Persona 5, you know, when it makes you go to like the far off city that your bus pass thing doesn't, or your train pass doesn't work for. If you have no money, the cat Morgana pays for you. There's like a lot of dialogue for it. It's a small thing, but like when like how you like you're like, I'm surprised they did that because like I guess it's like more of a backup thing for themselves, but like who's gonna have no money at that stage of the game? Like it's like a good like 10-20 hours in the game it happens.
Have you played Yakuza 1 and 2, like the original Yakuza 1 and 2?
No, I'm not. I don't plan to. I've seen gameplay of it, and it's like, yeah, nah.
That's what I watch a lot of YouTubers who talk about Yakuza, and a lot of them always say Yakuza 3 is like not bad, but like like it's just worse than the games that came after it. And while I do agree, I think it like a lot of these people don't like have never played 1 and 2, and
Oh, yeah.
realize just how much better 3 is than both of them in combat and stuff. It's just
Oh yeah, if you go straight from one like the originals to the third one, you probably don't notice a thing. But if you go when you're going from Kiwami to 3, it really is rough.
yeah.
That's probably why I notice it more.
Combat is really good because it's just Yakuza 0's combat. And then Kiwami 2 is just, well, it's pretty much Yakuza 6's combat, but massively improved.
I find it weird that they use 2 different engines for Kiwami 1 and Kiwami 2 when they came out around the same time.
They did over here, but they didn't in Japan.
Didn't they? Yeah, because like the releases over here were pretty close together. Like they're basically the same time, weren't they?
In 20, I think it was 2016 or 2017. No, Yakuza 0 was 2016 over here, right? Then
Yakuza 0 was like 3. Well, Yakuza 0 was like 3 years ago over here, I think.
On PC, it was like 2019.
Ah.
It was way later, but on console it was 2016, and then
2015 apparently.
It was 20,
Yeah.
2015 in Japan.
On Steam, it was, let's see,
2019, 2018. It was a lot later.
yeah, 2018. I didn't mind. Like the thing is, I started playing the Yakuza series on. Well, I played 0, 1, 2 on PC, and then I bought the remastered collection on the PS4, and then I started. I think I played all of 3 on the PS4, and then 4 I played on PC because the remastered collection came out.
Honestly,
So
the remastering these original games was like, it was clearly like a side project for them. Like they clearly didn't put that much effort into it. But it doesn't mean that I don't appreciate it, because Yakuza 3, 4, and 5 have been stuck on the PS3 for literally a decade.
well, the thing is, like,
The FPS.
like 0, like I think, like the thing is, like, 0 was like it was nice. It was a nice game. Well, 0 and I think 0 was probably the best bet for them. Like, you know how it blew up so much, it got people in the franchise.
I think 0 came out just after Ishin, right? It's like in Japan, like it was like less than a year later, so it was like really close.
Is it Ishin came out in 2014? Yeah, it was a year after.
So Ishin is even older than Yakuza 0. Like the gameplay elements were seen. I noticed a lot of the stuff in Ishin then made it into 0. Like, you know, the virtue progression system stuff, which by the way you unlock loads more of the further you get in the game. You can
Yeah, I had like 30, 40k points, and I just put it all into the Another Life stuff. I haven't touched it since. I've got like the deluxe chicken coop, deluxe doghouse, and all. I haven't even unlocked them. I haven't unlocked the dog yet.
Ah, yeah. I won't spoil it, but the
I
dog
bet-
is obvious. It's just barking all the time. So when you go,
I've given it one bone, and then I just haven't backed it yet.
you need to do it like 3 times.
There's a cat you can get, and then there's another dog you can get as well, I think.
Oh, one thing that I do like about Ishin that wasn't in Yakuza 0, I don't think it was anyway, is that you can, with the Virtue, there's like, I swear some of these upgrades they added to the Virtue thing are actually new to that remake, but obviously we'll never know because we didn't play the original, but
Mhm.
you can actually upgrade your inventory size.
Oh yeah, that's the first thing I did.
I didn't even know you could do that until I was 30 hours in, which is
That was the first thing I upgraded.
game at that point.
Like my inventory is just full of the deluxe, all like the deluxe healing thing that does heal and aid. It's just full of that.
Well, while I was wasting my time crafting, I spent all my virtue on the farming upgrades and did the orders, which are pretty fun. It's a lot better than the Yakuza 0 one, which is just pain. But I literally spent like 5 hours trying to get like up to 24 or 25 Ryu to get the upgrade for my weapon, and then literally I go and do the next boss fight, like main story boss fight. And then he literally drops a sword that's like way better, and it's fucking gold tier, and I'm like, are you actually serious? I just wasted all my fucking time doing that.
I don't know how to drop
damage as well, so all I have to do is just to hit every enemy, and then they'll just die. I don't even have to fight them anymore. It's really stupid.
What do I need to unlock, Geralt? I need to complete bounties, deal melee damage to opponents. There's a thing out for Geralt next week. I guess it's gonna be Ciri or something. But it's weird. It's like, you know, the Geralt thing.
Yeah.
It says there's like new stuff out for Geralt in 8 days. But that's when the season ends.
Oh,
so wow.
I just died in a random fucking street fight on Yakuza 3. Fuck's sake. Oh, thank God they added the try again option to this remaster. I forgot. Yeah, in the original Yakuza 3, if you die in a street fight, you go back to your save. Just saying. So I'm so glad that they added that to this, because that makes it so much not like so nowhere near as punishing for dying.
And they've done like what?
Yeah, I've not really seen anybody like analytically talk about the remastered Yakuza 3, but it does add some quality of life changes that are good. I just wish they sorted out the problems the AI clearly has in this game. Have you noticed in Yakuza 3, like, all the enemies in the map will just follow you and attack you ruthlessly, and they don't stop? Like, ever.
It's kind of funny. One thing I noticed, so like with all the Yakuza games, like it's if you ever go into a cutscene or like a battle or anything, if there's any AI walking towards you, like you know, just say the NPCs, if there's anything walking towards you, they just kind of stop, and like they'll either
just disappear if they're too close to you.
Yeah, they'll either phase out of existence or like they'll turn around and just fucking dip.
Quite amusing.
Let's see. Complete Slurp on Ice Quest. What? Fuck Slurp on Ice Quest?
I think the funniest thing about playing Yakuza 3 again is that I'm noticing that so many of this game's assets and animations are still being used in even the newest games. It's kind of funny.
Yeah, even the Nation, like you see a lot of shit that you see in the newer games and all.
I am glad that Ishin's combat style is more like an actual Taekwondo as opposed to Kiryu's just big fat punches from Yakuza 3.
I feel like the brawler style's a bit weird at the moment for me. Maybe it's because I haven't got more points in it, but it feels like there's not many combos in it.
No, there isn't. A lot of it is just keep spamming the same combo.
Do you know it's funny doing like the
Yakuza 3 actually in that way.
The brawler style, doing the double tap and like doing 2 like light hits and then the heavy. The slap side mix I thought was only for that one fight, because like when you're fighting the guy from Kwami 2 in the bathhouse, I was using the brawler style and I would do the 2 hits and then like the heavy, and all you hear is a big slap sound, like you're slapping his ass or some shit. I thought it was only for that battle, but it's the whole game.
That one fight, I think, encapsulates just Yakuza as a whole, because it's like super serious, and then you end up with like the fucking mist just covering the.
What's the one where like I think it's 0, isn't it? Or is it? There's one where it's like.
And I'm like, this is why I love this franchise, because they turned something that was so serious right up until this point into something really fucking stupid, and I love it.
What's that one where it's like you fight the guy at the bar and like it's like some big fat guy and like you basically pretend to fuck him at the bar. Do you know what I'm talking about? On. Let's see if I can find that heat action for it. It's a heat action that you do and like you basically reel the guy. It's fucking stupid.
What in Yakuza 3?
I can't remember what Yakuza game it's in. It's in one of the earlier ones.
I was doing the boss for Konada earlier on, and he was like up against the bar, and Kiryu was like trying to lift him up, but it looked like he was like fucking him.
Oh wait, who is it?
Komada, I think his name is, with a K. I think that's
Maki? Oh no, Komada.
I can't remember his name. I literally, he was like a nothing character. Kicked his ass.
Yeah, I think that's what I was talking about though.
It's really
Kanda. It's so fucking stupid. Oh yeah, that's the exact fight I was talking about. I didn't know it was in 3.
You know, I imagine what development is like at RGG is that they're all just sat around a table and they all just think, you know what would be really stupid? In our really game, this.
He fucking, I forgot that he this other like massive fucking disc off the wall and all as well.
Yeah, I thought that fight was actually a lot better than some of the other bosses, but it's not that bad. But
it's a good starting one. Actually, it's not even.
I think the worst boss in this game so far was Majima, because he just was really easy. Like
there's one you fight at the very start in like an office room that was a pain in the ass. He has a knife.
Yes. Yeah. Him. He's been the worst one so far.
He was just a complete cunt. Like, and it's maybe because you can't really do anything against him. He just kind of.
It's the guy who's like Bezzy mates with worst mother of the year. Yeah. I remember that bit because I was like, "Is this a real person? This like woman is just not a real person. There's no way. It's so stupid." like the thing is, though, I think Yakuza 3's story is actually pretty good.
I liked it.
As a whole.
It's like I can't remember much that happens because it's been so long since I played it, but like I remember bits and pieces of it. But it's the same with a lot of Yakuza games. Like there's so much that goes on in the stories. Like there's like a lot of small things you just forget about because there's so much going on. Like they have like fucking.
I was playing Atomic Heart, and like the entire time I was playing, the guy didn't shut up, talking to his glove, and then I was literally sat there thinking, man, I would really like to be watching a cutscene of a bunch of.
Oh, so he talks to the fucking. Right now. So that their meme I posted about the fucking their meme about the Forspoken meme about the game. He actually talks to his fucking glove.
Yeah, but pretty much.
Fuck's sake. The thing is, like that game was in development for like 5 or 6 years as well, I think, or longer, wasn't it?
Yeah, but it's also the studio's first ever game, so there's a lot going on.
It got delayed
It's
so
not
many
quite-
times.
It's not quite a No Man's Sky situation because No Man's Sky.
No Man's Sky is fucking. Have you played No Man's Sky recently? It's insane. Like the first played them, they really did pull it back. It's a game I go back there. Well, no, they pulled it back within like a year or two. I keep up
I
with
think I last played it in like 2018, and I thought it was pretty good.
It's like the last thing they had like mech suits that that you can make recently. I can't remember, like there was a big update not too long ago that added like a little quality of life shit. Like, I'm surprised they're still adding it. What was the last thing they added? Waypoint 4. They're on version 4.0 at the moment.
I think
The 21st major update. Damn, son.
It's like you play like I don't know. I'm gonna criticize Grand Theft Auto again just because it's an easy target. But like, I like the characters in the Grand Theft Auto games, but what I don't like is the story mostly because the story is mostly just crap. Like
In GTA.
Yeah, like
Well, same with most of them though. Like they're kind of like. Well, GTA 5, or GTA 4. I don't think I ever finished. I just kind of got bored of the story.
Overall, has the most consistent story. That's.
I had the most fun with GTA 4, but I played more. I played the online. I played a lot online, a lot with friends. Like we'll just fuck about in free play.
I fucking played so much GTA 4. Like I think it might be the best overall in general because it was the biggest generation. Although we haven't had a whole lot since to compare it to. So
Yeah, it's been like fucking 10 re-releases of GTA 5.
I don't know. I feel like, especially because I'm playing through Yakuza games at the minute, I'm feeling like Ishin's story is really fucking good. Like genuinely, even if you hate everything else about the game.
I'm waiting for it to pick up a wee bit more, but it's starting to pick up more where I am now. I'm on chapter 7 now, so things will start picking up a bit more.
It's surprising to me how you've joined the Shinsegumi, haven't you?
Oh yeah, that happens like chapter 4, I think.
There's like that scene where you first sit down in the room and Majima's taking up your space. That scene where everyone sat there before they even say anything, the amount of tension and atmosphere that room builds just from the facial animations, the music, the framing is all so good. And that one bit, even with characters not saying anything, is better than the entire of GTA 5 story. Just saying.
One thing I'll say, I don't know if it's because I'm playing on PC and I have it uncapped, but one thing I noticed is like even their mouth movements are going on. Like, I think it's because I have a it's at like 120 FPS, but their mouth movements it's like double the speed it should be. I think it's weird. Like everything else is fine, but their mouth movements, it's like I think it's just because like I've uncapped the frame rate essentially. So it's like
the game's getting a day 1 patch tomorrow, by the way, apparently. So we'll see a few more things fixed, hopefully. I was just really confused because I was like, there's a really awesome bit later in the game when you're storming through a very important place, and it's just awesome, the whole segment. And I did a heat action on like a boss, and he got stuck behind a fence that was like outside of my collision, and he just stood there. He wouldn't hit back. I couldn't hit him. I couldn't kill myself, so I had to restart the game, and it took me right the way back to the beginning of that whole mission. And I was literally on the boss.
I'm just after beating the guy. You know the guy that's in red. I like the guy in Yakuza 4, the loan shark. I can't remember his name in Ishin.
Shun Akiyama.
Yeah, I'm just after the bit where you fight him and then you let him escape.
Oh yeah. Man, I really like Akiyama. I think everybody who's a fan of Yakuza likes Akiyama, but he's
only in 4, isn't he?
He's criminally underused in the whole series. No, he's in 4, 5, 6. Fucking hell, he's in loads of them, but he's like literally there for like 2 seconds in most of them.
Sure, the detective guy in 4 is only in 4, isn't he?
Yes.
I'm surprised they didn't make it so the detective guy from 4 was the guy from Judgment, unless they planned to do that and just never. They just like all the shit that went down with the guy. They probably just made it a new character.
I have a feeling that was originally the idea because his gameplay in 4 is kind of similar to
Like I feel like it feels like the logical thing to do. It's like the detective they could just kept that guy and just hadn't moved him across.
Saejima is like he's another one of those characters that's one of the 4 from Yakuza 4, and yet
He was cool.
He is used a lot more than Akiyama is. Like,
Yeah,
he's
you see him.
way more.
Yeah, you see him. He's a big part of Zero as well because Majima.
Yeah, I mean it provides context for his backstory that we learn in 4, right?
Yeah.
Even if Yakuza 4 isn't the best game in the franchise,
That's
with
what.
3, at least the story is pretty good in 4.
The thing is, that's why I'm kind of glad I played Zero first because it works the other way around. So like, if 4 is your first, like if you start from 1 and then play them all, 0 will still be better. But if you play 0 first, it makes the rest of them better as well. So it's like
4 is like story-wise, it's one of the weaker ones. Genuinely.
oh yeah, it's good. It's just because there's so many plot points going on. Like
But also
4
has like some of the best characters as well.
I didn't know 5 had like 5 playable characters.
Yeah, it's crazy. Well, I'm not going to spoil it, but 3 of them are characters from 4, so.
Oh, okay.
One isn't included.
Yeah, so I'm guessing it's just there's him with Haruka.
I can't remember who else there was. There's someone else too, but I can't remember who it is. I've played 5 for like 10 years. I don't remember. Hang on, let me look at the icon on PlayStation. It might remind me who's in it.
Oh yeah, just look at the box art.
Kiryu, Saejima, Akiyama, some other bloke, and Haruka. I don't
Yeah,
know. I didn't get to the bit where you play as the other bloke, so.
Yeah, I don't know who he is. He doesn't even look familiar.
I've literally played that game for about 7 hours and stopped, which is not a whole lot. I think I got into Saejima's section and got bored. But bear in mind, when I played Yakuza 5, I had just beaten Yakuza 4 and 0, like, not long before.
Yeah, it's hard going. It's hard going through the Yakuza games back to back because like they all just kind of blend together.
No, that's not true. What was I doing at the time? I just played through Yakuza 4 on PS3, and then I bought Yakuza 5, played it for about 6 hours. No, more than that, because I got to Haruka, so I must have been past Saejima's section. When I played the remaster, I only got to Saejima's section and it stopped.
I typed in Yakuza 6 box art and I was scrolling down and on like the 3rd row, all it says this here: Yakuza Kiwami Bulgarian box art, PS4 console exclusively gay, Yakuza Mami GF Eel Edition 6, Milkers.
Mami GF.
Like what the fuck, bruh?
I like that's the thing with the Yakuza though. Even if the story is not the best, like Yakuza 4, it's still way better than most other video game stories for the most part. It just has one really big plot hole that bothered everybody who played it, including me. Even though the scene that it's related to is the best scene in the game by a country mile.
Wait, 4?
Yeah.
What is that? I can't remember. It's been a while since I played 4.
So the whole plot point with Saejima, Majima's brother,
Yeah.
the whole reason Majima lost his eye in the first place was because him and Saejima were going to go to this new.
Oh yeah,
basically
and then
shoot it up. And the best scene in the whole game is where Saejima just goes in and just fucking kills everyone, like that.
oh yeah,
scene is
but
so well
they,
done. It's really good.
but like he got framed for it, didn't he?
Yeah, and then it turned out none of the people there actually died, and they were rubber bullets, and it's really stupid.
Oh yeah,
It's really dumb.
I completely forgot about that.
I was like, are you fucking serious?
I completely forgot about that.
I will admit, I didn't see it coming, but it was just kind of like completely
Bruh.
left field. You know, it's not as it's actually they did a similar thing in Like a Dragon, but it's done a lot better, in my opinion. Don't worry, it's not exactly the same twist, but the twist in that game I didn't see coming. Whereas with Yakuza 4, as soon as the guy was alive, I was like, right, okay, something here is not right, because yeah. Like it's just the problem is when you watch that scene back after knowing the plot twist and see that Saejima's like brutally killing people and there's blood everywhere and shit, and I'm like, there's no way those were rubber bullets. I'm sorry, that's so dumb. You've literally misled me with that scene. What they did is they took a really cool scene and made it like dumb, and that's annoying because future games do that a lot better and don't ruin the cool scene by doing it. But still.
Fuck this
the whole
post
plot
party.
was- And I'll be honest with you, I remember Shun Akiyama's story really well too, and I remember him being quite a likable character. I remember Kiryu basically just being a box with muzzles in Yakuza 4 without much redeeming feature.
Oh, that is a new mechanic to Fortnite. You have a heat meter.
Well, like Yakuza 3.
I thought it was like some GT. When I went in, I seen like a wee bar on the top left. I didn't know what it was. It said heat level, but it's like you get like movement speed and shit and heals. Oh, the AI becomes more hostile. Yeah, it's basically like GTA. It's like fucking GTA cops essentially, but in Fortnite.
Oh yeah, something dumb about Ishin, by the way. You know all the costumes you get for pre-ordering?
What?
All the costumes in Ishin that you get, except the Dragon of Dojima skin, which is exclusive to the remake. All of those were in the original game, and they were all unlocked by doing special things. They were like end-game premium adventure stuff. Kind of a bummer that they're just pre-order bonuses now. Not that I really care, because I'll probably never get them anyway.
Well, what you unlock then for doing all this stuff? Unless it...
Well, there are special weapons in the game too, and obviously, apparently there's a pretty good video I should show you once you beat the game, because the guy just like spoils the whole game. So I'm glad I didn't watch it before I beat it. But yeah, there's some stuff that's changed in the remake. So a lot of it for the better. Like, you know how the crafting has weapon seals.
The what?
There's actually. You know the weapon seals, like the enchantment slots for the weapons?
Oh yeah.
There was like 300 of them in the original game, but there's only like 50 of them in the remake. And the reason is because a lot of them were just completely useless and didn't.
It's
they
probably
just cut. They just cut it down to the ones that actually were good, and removed all the useless shit, which is actually not a bad thing. I don't mind that.
yeah.
Apparently there was stuff like. I think the only silly one that stayed was being drunk, like the drunk traits, where like being drunk will make your weapon stronger, which is cool, but
Oh, that's the thing, and that's the thing in all the games as well. It's like you get drunk and you do more damage and all, but like you have to easily get perked for it.
yeah, and I don't mind it in most of the games because I tend to do it by accident usually. I tend to get drunk because my guy needs help, and I just getting pissed out of his face for about 5 minutes.
Yeah. Fucking hell.
If you watch that, like, yeah, what I watched earlier was Yakuza 3's initial E3 announcement trailer for the PS3, and like, they were like just showcasing how like technologically impressive it was at the time, which it was. You know, credit where it's due. I think for a PS3 game, I think Yakuza 3 looked pretty good graphically. Bearing in mind, we're talking about the same era here that brought us Metal Gear Solid 4, which was the other most impressive graphically impressive game at the time.
I think so was yeah, it was a good game, but like, it has problems obviously, but like it was still good. Like,
oh yeah, it has problems. Its story is like 85% complete and total nonsense, and not in a good way.
well, it's because he didn't even want to make the game.
That's the thing, like Metal Gear Solid 3 has like one of the best stories in the game. But personally, I think Metal Gear Solid 3's story is not as good as like some of the Yakuza games, I'll be honest. I think the Yakuza games have a better story than that. Genuinely. But I
well, the thing about Metal Gear Solid games is always like they're always convoluted messes. Like even 3 is. Like there's so much shit in it that doesn't like it's.
I think that's why the Yakuza games appeal to the same audience that those games do, because how just ridiculous the story is. Like in Metal Gear, you expect silly shit to happen, and in Yakuza, you feel the same way. You expect like to go from being a serious samurai 1 second to like finding a boy that just wants to eat vegetables the next, and you gotta go get him vegetables. Like it makes no fucking sense.
I give him a cucumber, then I stop talking to him.
I maxed him out. It's not worth it. Trust me, it's not worth it.
Well, I usually just give them the shit if I'm going past. The junk kit, I give a lot of stuff, and it was pointless. I don't even think I got anything for it. No. You're the one that asks you just give him anything, and he's happy with it.
Speaking of the Dragon Engine games, actually, I think one of the best things the engine introduced, aside from the ragdolls, which are hilarious, was the ability to just run away from a fight.
I don't think I've done that.
Because I'm playing Yakuza 3 now, and I've just noticed that there's like a barrier of people either side of the arena, but I just can't. Whereas in Judgment, you can just run away. Like, literally just run away and the fight stops. Same in Yakuza 6 as well. In fact, I think the only game where you can't do that is Like a Dragon, because it's, you know, turn-based. Well, no, actually, you can run, can't you? But you have to do it like a man. You can't just run away from the battle. The Dragon Engine game is which is nice. Because it basically means if you're running around, you don't want to get that fight.
I'm getting lit up by like all random shit. I can't really hear anything. Oh, there's a little AI attacking me. Holy fuck! I just went from zero. I just went from 0 to 100 so quick. Oh, I'm dead. I'm so dead. I don't know if it's play. I don't know if I think it's just all AI. What?
Did you play Call of Duty?
Yeah. So I need to turn Fortnite down. It's really loud. And let me get Switch here so I can turn this shit down. What were you saying?
I was just saying, did you play much COD the other day?
Quite a bit. I haven't really played much. Like it's the same game. Like so, like if you, well, I bet I leveled up the new gun a little bit, like the Saiga, the shotgun.
I'm getting quite fatigued on multiplayer games lately.
Also, I was like, then like Tarkov was like the really multiplayer game I was playing. Like I play a wee bit COD, like, but I think it's mainly because I'm playing solo as well, though. Like, playing solo, it drains you a lot faster. Like Fortnite solo, I could probably play a few matches and that's me done, Johnny.
Yeah, I find with COD, it's like it's a fun like brain food game, but like for me, it's like I don't know. I'm requiring more of like a stimulating experience than Call of Duty can provide. And I'm not trying to say Call of Duty isn't stimulating, but I find that.
Depends what you're doing. Like DMZ, like I can't stand it solo. It's fucking. It's not even because it's hard. It's just because the AI is bullshit. Like you can't play it. Like you have to have at least one other person, just because you'll get randomly popped join by AI. Like players aren't even a problem in it. Like I want like DMZ, but they just need to put a bit more support into it. Like it seems like they don't really care about it, even though that it's like they brought it just to compete with Tarkov, and that was it. Dying.
Well, there's more to be done with it for sure, and I think COD's gameplay is very good, and there's a lot of potential to do well there. Did you try any of the new co-op stuff? Because I haven't touched it since we last touched it.
I still have to do the raid, but you need like a what? I think it's like 5-man for something or 4-man.
Yeah.
So I haven't actually got around doing the raid yet. The raid seems like it could be cool, but I just haven't.
The idea of playing those sorts of things, like I have the same opinion with Destiny, and that's that I like Destiny 2 a lot, but I think jumping into the game after like 2 years of not playing it is like being thrown in a fucking volcano because you just have no idea what to do.
Oh, Destiny is not. Destiny can't. I was gonna say it's not as bad, but it can be. Destiny, when the new expansion comes out, it's gonna be a bit easier to hop back in. They're adding like Guardian ranks and stuff, and like they're getting rid of those stuff. and they're adding like they're adding like a proper LFG thing as well, so you don't have to go on like the fucking Discord to find like a raid group and all, which is gonna be nice. Like you'll be able to.
Criticisms about how they've decided to run that game recently.
What do you mean?
Well, I'm really not a big fan of them deciding to just like sunset certain concepts, like certain.
Oh, they did that ages ago. So there was a reason they did that though. So they had to get rid of older shit because the game was getting too big. So they actually had, if they wanted to put new stuff in, they actually had to get rid of that stuff. But they're starting to bring all the old stuff back in. They're not bringing all the content in, but they're bringing like the weapons back and shit, and like ways to get it.
What
And
I find
then
interesting about them saying that, this is the reason, is that other games don't have that problem.
when was Destiny made? Like it's been going on for what? Oh fuck.
It's 2014. It's like Destiny 2 was 2016, 2018. I don't know. It was a few years later. The problem is not that. The problem is that the game is so big, like file size wise. That's the reason they had to do it. It's because of limitations of Sony and Microsoft.
But like I think they figured it out because like they said that there's not going to be any more of it. Like so, they must have figured something out.
The main solution to the problem was to work on compressing things a little better and work on prioritizing what's important and what isn't.
The new stuff coming though seems fucking awesome. Have you seen the stuff in the expansion? I'm looking forward to it. Like, so the new expansion, like there's just so much shit coming. Like it's like you know how Forsaken was like the biggest DLC or the biggest expansion. Lightfall is shaping up to be like around the same size, maybe even bigger. But it's kind of funny because like they said they'd never build the expansion that size again. But because they got bought by like PlayStation, they're Sony and shit, they've got all the money they want now, so they can just do whatever they want to the game, which is nice. I think that was another reason why like they had to scale back on some stuff. Before they got bought by Sony is like well they're probably still raking a little money, but they didn't have like like fucking like Activision backing them and all like they did back then.
I think
but now,
Sony's
they've got the big money again.
Destiny's Bungie's little in-house engine that they built for Destiny is like it's obviously really well made because they're the same people that made the original Halo engine, which was pretty much used up until Halo 5. And Bungie's engine, like Destiny, feels almost exactly the same as Halo. Like how you move and how shaders look and stuff. It feels really similar to Halo. It's pretty obvious that the engine is based on a lot of the same code. The main issue with it is that they're clearly having trouble with, I don't know if it's optimization or because of the consoles or something.
Well, everything's been pretty good recently. Like Destiny's in the best place it's ever been in.
I'm on about when they were removing content from the game.
Oh,
so I know they're not doing it anymore.
Yeah. That was like a year or two ago now.
Apparently, I watched a recent video of someone returning to Destiny 2 for the first time since launch. Well, the first time since the first DLC, and they hadn't beaten the DLC story, and they wanted to go through and finish it, and you just can't.
Yeah, that's a bit shit.
You can't even get like a mode where you can watch all the cutscenes just to figure out what the story was. Nope.
No, there's like
it's just gone.
There's like a timeline thing, but like the way like they treats it new players now is like you're a new Guardian coming in. It's like your story begins at like you get the the Destiny 1 starting thing where you wake up in in the Russian Cosmodrome thing. You wake up there and then do the mission and then you go to the tower. So it's as if you're a new Guardian. It's a bit I feel like they will bring back that stuff eventually. But then again, I don't know if they have really much reason to because it's so old now. But it'd be nice to go back and play it, do you know what I mean?
Well, that's the problem I think a lot of people have is that the consistency with the story elements are just a bit all over the place with Destiny. And I know that's not the draw for most people. It wasn't the draw for me. I thought Destiny's story was shit, to be honest.
I actually really like the story. The story, like the Destiny lore is fucking awesome.
I like the story of Forsaken. That's the only story I've enjoyed.
Forsaken, like it gets a lot better from there. Like Beyond Light was pretty good. Witch Queen was probably by far the best one though. Witch Queen was fucking awesome.
Gonna talk some real smack right now, but Bungie's story writers have never been particularly great either.
Well, to be fair, with which like they must have hired better writers because it has been pretty good recently. Like even their lore is pretty good. Like, that was a shit thing about Destiny 1 though. Like Destiny 1, like for the story, it was all in like lore cards. Do you remember that? And on some website. Do you remember that shit? That
reminds me a lot of another franchise Bungie worked on where half the story wasn't in the game.
Oh yeah, the fucking.
I really upset Henry before when I said Halo story's shit. And he was like, no, if you read all the books and novels and all the comics, you get a really interesting idea of the story. And I'm like, yeah, but
The only Halo I liked was Halo 3 and 2, and that was about it.
I just said to him, well, why is the story not in the game? And I think with Halo Infinite, that problem has become much bigger because like a bunch of shit happened in the storyline between Halo 5 and like characters just died off screen and stuff, and it's like, what happened? And it's
yeah,
like,
and
then
just don't.
everyone's like, well, to understand what's going on, you've got to complete the campaign of Halo Wars 2. Oh, great! I've got to beat the campaign of an RTS game I don't care about. Brilliant.
Halo Wars. Oh, I played the first Halo Wars. The first one was good. I don't know what the second one.
Apparently, it's a good game. I'm just not that into RTS games. So for me, it's like, well,
Halo Wars is weird. It was an RTS game, but it wasn't like your normal RTS. It was like I think it was just faster paced. I don't even think you made troops.
that would be like this if the story of Ishin was essential to understanding the story of Yakuza. That's basically how that is.
Yeah.
It's a spin-off. You know, it's really weird. Plus, the story that's in Halo Wars 2 is not in any comic books or novels or anything. It's only in that game's campaign, and it's like the major plot point. It's like the main character of Halo.
Oh yeah, yeah.
It's from Halo Wars 2. So it's like,
yeah. I remember seeing something on that. I had no idea who the fuck he was. I didn't care about Halo Infinite story. I got bored of it. I got like halfway through the game and I stopped playing it.
But then every single Halo game has had that problem. The only one that doesn't have that problem, where the story isn't in the game, is Halo 3 and ODST, which don't have that problem because they're designed as like, you know, singular experiences. Even Halo 2, to a degree, most of the story is in the game. It's just not very good.
Yeah, I can't really remember what happens in Halo 2.
Halo 3's story is only memorable because of how good the levels were in that game. Like,
yeah.
I don't really remember what was happening, but I remember all the levels. The levels were really fun, really good. Lots of variety. I remember.
I was more into Halo for the multiplayer than the story. I think it's the same with most people though.
I think so too, and I think that's why Halo Infinite is such a crime because
We got rid of all the party elements.
They had an opportunity with Halo Infinite to like make this really interesting open world Halo. Like Halo's combat loop is good enough that being open world could probably be enough to hold it together.
The thing is, if Forge was in from launch, it would probably have been fine. Like if Forge was in day one, like Forge was like the best, one of the best parts of Halo 3.
There was so many other problems as well, though.
Oh yeah, but like
people were like I remember in December 2021, people were like, guys, don't worry, the multiplayer sucks, but at least the campaign is good. And I was like,
nah.
The campaign
It's just cope.
has so many issues. It is literally the definition of cope. It's people trying to be like, don't worry, Halo Infinite's not all bad.
Our favorite franchise isn't dying.
Dude, they had such a good opportunity when they launched because they just surprise launched at the Halo event thing, the Xbox event. Dude, that's such an effective way to get your game off the ground instantly. Apex Legends did it, and it worked for Apex Legends really well, if you remember.
Yeah, Apex Legends fucking popped off, and then they didn't update it for like fucking 4 months.
And that's exactly the same thing Halo did, but Halo has left it so long now that I don't think it's possible to bring it back.
Thing is, Apex had such a good start, but then like their support after was dog shit.
Well, the problem is Apex had a good start, but Halo didn't.
Yeah.
Halo's start was like, oh, what, you want to play Slayer? Well, we might consider adding a Slayer playlist. Play Oddball, cunt. Thanks. I just want to play Oddball forever. Thank you. The game had, 6 maps, and it had, 3 playlists. And SWAT wasn't included in the playlists. So, you know, some people only play Halo to play SWAT. They literally don't play anything else.
That's what it is. That's the one where you get the battle you get battle rifle and it's like headshots or something, isn't it?
Yeah. And then a few months later, they added a dedicated SWAT playlist, but it was like a random weapons SWAT playlist.
Oh, yeah.
It wasn't even proper SWAT. Like I can't even begin to explain to you how much they fucked up Halo Infinite's like content distribution post launch. Like, yeah, it was bad at launch. There wasn't enough stuff, but they've had a year and a half, nearly 2 years to fix it, and they haven't. What in the fucking God's name are they doing?
Shitting and pissing.
Oh man, it's a shame too, because I think at its core, I think Halo Infinite's gameplay is the best Halo has felt to play, like, for quite a while.
I don't know. I like the whole idea of the grappling hook, and grappling items and stuff, but you probably use it anyway. Like, there's like a lot of gimmicky shit, but I guess that was kind of the whole thing of Halo anyway. There's like a lot of gimmicky shit.
I don't think Halo was quite as revolutionary as people thought it was at the time. I think.
Well, it was at the time for FPS like games, because like when you think about it, like Halo and COD were like the big ones.
I think Halo, especially Halo 1 and 2, they started what would become the downfall of a lot of shooters, in my opinion. I mean, Halo was an arena FPS, pretty much, with a story. You know, it was more akin to something like Quake with more open-ended levels, as opposed to something like Half-Life. Like, people try and say Halo has as much relevance to first-person shooters in history as Half-Life does, and I completely disagree. Because Half-Life, well, every modern FPS you play now, including Atomic Heart, including BioShock, everything,
All the same.
to some degree was inspired by how Half-Life did things. And I think that's like saying Halo was as influential as like Halo has like there hasn't really been any Halo clones, is there? To be honest, there's been a couple, but I mean Half-Life was just cloned indefinitely for the rest of its life. Every FPS game that has a story tries to tell it like Half-Life until Call of Duty came around, and then that's when first-person shooter stories just got really bad. COD got off to a really good start though with Modern Warfare, and then like slowly sank itself as it went on. Have you beat the story in Modern Warfare 2, by the way?
Yeah, that was alright.
Yeah, I have the exact same opinion. I think a lot of the levels were cool.
Not really memorable, but like they're alright.
I thought they were really fun. I mean, there was a lot of variety. There's one level in particular that I hate so much that I don't ever want to play the game again because of it. Like the single player. That's the level on the highway. I fucking hated that.
Oh, so glitchy.
Yeah, it was jank as fuck. The amount of time right at the end of it, you fight like it goes on for like 45 minutes, and then right at the end you fight this APC, and I swear to God, the amount of times I tried to jump onto it and it just didn't work, and then I realized you just can't.
I find that like the final boss thing they did was kind of funny. Like, it's just a dude in a car, like a tank or a car or something, and you just blow it up, and that's it.
Oh, that fight was so bad.
It's so stupid. Like I guess they could have done they could have done like the older ones. The older ones, like it was memorable. And that one, it's just like, oh, you blow it up, guy's dead, you're done.
I think
it's over.
The modern version of All Gillied Up was really cool. I thought that was probably the best mission in the game. And
even then,
that's the one mission that does like nothing special at all.
Yeah,
it's the best one. But I think
like,
that's because
like the last game was better, like story mode, I'd say.
They were like, here's a pseudo open world, like a really big open world. Here's the mission. Use the open-ended environment to your advantage. Play the mission however you want. It's almost like an immersive sim, that mission, because it kind of lets you do it however you want, and I think that's really cool. And then every other mission in the game tries some other gimmick that, in my opinion, doesn't quite land. I hated that. You know, where you're playing as Soap, that fucking stealth mission where you've got craft shit.
I thought that's how they were going to do DMZ, like the crafting shit.
Was fun. I thought that mission was fun for like the first 20 minutes, and then it got really annoying when all the enemies started to have armor and you had like no ammo at all. That was like.
It wasn't too bad. Like there was little weapons in the safes and shit that you could get.
I thought it was cool, like a really, genuinely, really cool idea for a mission. But that's the thing. That's exactly.
It just dragged on too long.
That's exactly what Modern Warfare 2 did. The entire time, like the entire runtime was like, here's a new idea, and we're gonna run it into the ground in just enough time before we introduce another one. You know, the one with Ghost as well is the same, where you you gotta move.
I thought they were going to do that there. The crafting thing is like I thought they were doing that to, like, prep you for the fucking DMZ. I'm kind of glad they didn't put that into DMZ. Like the backpack and all is there, but like the crafting system isn't, which is kind of good. The crafting system is good.
The best way to describe Modern Warfare 2's campaign is like, here's a selection of really cool gameplay ideas, sort of smashed into different levels, but like with absolutely no consistency at all. You know, if the whole game played like that All Killy Dub mission, I think people would have like absolutely fallen in love with it.
I think they confirmed it as well. It's like instead of the like premium DLC thing, it actually is a game this year. I think there's like something said recently. Like something Sledgehammer doing something, so it's probably not going to be great.
Sledgehammer and Raven Software are like are the two abused children of the Call of Duty franchise, and it's not their fault. It's Activision's fault, because both Raven Software and Sledgehammer used to make like pretty good first-person shooters.
Will them not make Brink?
No, I don't think it was them. I mean, Raven Software made The Darkness. That was them, right?
I think so.
That game was really fucking cool. Like, it had a lot of unique concepts, and it was a really cool idea. Raven Software also made Quake 4, which is like, all right. I guess it's not amazing, but it's pretty good. But like, Raven made like some of the classic FPS games. Like I think they made a build engine game. Was it Blood that they made? I can't remember what it was they made.
I don't know.
But they made one of those classic ones. It was really good. And to be reduced to a Call of Duty developer when your studio has so much talent is pretty depressing, honestly. And the exact same thing happened to Sledgehammer, and it's like they just make COD now, and it's a shame because I think they would be far better off. Like, don't get me wrong, I don't think everything about Vanguard is bad.
Most of it was though.
I think most of it was.
I didn't even bother finishing the campaign.
I finished it. It was alright. It's not the worst COD campaign, but it's far from the best. It's like firmly in the middle. I think COD campaign.
The cutscenes look really good. That's the most I can say about it from what I played. Like they're really detailed. That was about it.
I'll say I enjoyed it, but if I'm honest with you, all I remember from it is that there was an Australian man with an upside down gun, and that's about as far as I remember about the story.
I just remember your buy from fucking the buy from Lost and the fucking Lord of the Rings. He was a Nazi.
I remember there was like an Arabian woman who hated Nazis. She kept telling you about it. I think I remember that as well because it was really stupid. But yes, all I want to do is fucking kill Nazis. Okay, chill out, love. Jeez.
Just vibe for a second.
Nazis. Neither does anybody else.
Show a medal.
Exactly. In the unique contest, you don't win. He's fucking just the most generic person ever. But that doesn't mean that the game itself was bad. I mean, Zombies was pretty bad.
Yeah.
But they fixed it later.
Did they?
They added a remake of Shi No Numa from World at War, but like extended it and made it bigger, which I thought was pretty cool. That's the only good Zombies map that game had, and it wasn't even from that game. I thought the gun models were cool. I thought like the aesthetic of some of the maps and single player levels were really nice. You know, it's clear that Raven Software and Sledgehammer have some really good and talented mappers because the maps were fucking gorgeous. But then so are the maps in every COD game, usually. You know, the set pieces were really impressive too. Like, I quite liked the mission on the train. I thought that one was really cool.
First mission?
Yeah, literally the first mission. I think that just like the mission looked really cool. I thought that's the thing with COD is like, if the mission looks nice and impresses me enough, I don't mind it as much. If it's just cool, like the actual gameplay part of it is cool, then I'm like, yeah, okay. But I think Modern Warfare 2019 like did it the best by quite a considerable margin. I think with the night vision mission. I can't remember what it's called. Clean House.
Oh yeah.
And then in Modern Warfare 2, they were like, people like Clean House. Let's make that the whole game.
Bruh.
Like, I don't want to sit here and criticize Modern Warfare 2 because I actually do like it. I think the campaign's good. It's just not it's just not the best campaign. I think that's reserved for the best COD campaign is World at War by like a considerable margin as well.
World at War I haven't had in years.
I think World at War and the original Modern Warfare trilogy are probably the best campaigns they did. World at War mostly for one reason. There's something about the story it tells that's really authentic to World War II. It reminds me of like Medal of Honor games where like a considerable effort was put into making sure the story was like.
Well, like the original COD games they made before the giant. Should you remember do you remember the fucking original Medal of Honor games? Like you had to go in, like you brought the Wii passport in and all.
They tried to recapture that feeling in some of the newer games, but they've been unable to. And I think World at War succeeded because it had these really creative, artistic cutscenes, if you remember them, before the mission started, that were really cool.
Oh, yeah.
They also had... They told stories of real battles. They weren't afraid to show you brutality and aggression in a realistic fashion, which I think was really commendable because, you know, seeing Modern Warfare man murder the 50 millionth person in a row I don't really give a shit, to be honest. But there are some moments from World at War that I remember really well, like, you know, after the Battle of Stalingrad when you and Reznov are just in the pit of corpses in the snow, and there's just a Nazi soldier just going around executing all the bodies that are still moving. Like, I gotta be honest, even to this day, that mission's just like, bro, that gives me the chills, man. That's like so fucking cold. And yet, every single mission from Vanguard is like doesn't even come close to how I felt when I played that for the first time. Like, nah, just bad. I don't know. I feel like the developers of COD have like ran out of ideas. They've run out of wars.
They're constantly releasing games like every year or two as well, so that doesn't really help.
It doesn't. I like Cold War, but that's because there hasn't been enough games set in that era to explore it enough. I think that's why I like Cold War's story, because I thought it was just cool to go back to that era that's never really touched on at all. Also, Cold War touched on the MK Ultra stuff as well, like the brainwashing, as did the original Black Ops, which again I think is really damn cool that they touched on that topic and no other COD game really has. Doesn't mean the story wasn't completely predictable and stupid, because it was.
Yeah, bits of it are like I like the way you like have there's like a few different ends that you get. There's like 3 different endings.
I like the dreamscape stuff in Cold War. I thought that was cool.
Yeah, it was kind of cheesy, but it was well done. Like I like the way like you can just fuck with the guy trying to tell you what to do. He just gets pissed off with you.
Yeah, I thought that was really cool. But then Treyarch has always been better at campaigns than everybody else, other than the original Infinity Ward. I think Modern Warfare 1's campaign is pretty much a masterpiece, but it's also not the best. Like, you look at it now and it's got a lot of problems.
I can't remember much about them.
The final boss fight in Modern Warfare 1 is just aim your gun and pull a trigger.
I was gonna say, is that either that or a quick time event? I was gonna say.
I think the story was the best of the Modern Warfare games in that particular one.
Yeah, wait a bit. I turned it down, but it didn't like update, so like I had it down way too low.
What the fuck? Vinny streamed Portal Google Translated like yesterday.
Nice.
Connor just told me, and he said that's a really unusual coincidence. Yeah, it is. The mod's been out for 3 years.
Just like a notion.
And he streamed it. What? Vinny does know about me, by the way.
Oh sure, yeah, sure. You, him, and Phil and all do all the same kind of stuff.
I have spoken to him before, very briefly, but I did, and it was literally just when he needed help with the RTC when Phil first released it. I just
you, him, and Kelly were all messed about with it back then, weren't you?
yeah, and I know he's seen my videos. I know he knows who I am as well, but I don't know
If he's seen the newest one.
if he's seen that video and had slight of inspiration, or what's more than likely happened is because I share some of my fan base is shared with his, which is pretty obvious because of what I do. It's more than likely that someone who's watched my video has then had the inspiration to recommend that he play it, or like that. That's more than likely what's happened. I do think that me making that video, the video's got nearly 7,000 views, which is not that many, but it's pretty good for one of my videos. It's doing a lot better than they usually do. And I think that may be the reason. It can't be a coincidence, right?
Yeah, you probably seen it, at least.
Either he saw it or someone recommended it to him after seeing my video, because that would be the mother of all weird coincidences if he just happened to stumble across it. The exact same, like, the mod's been out for fucking ages, man. Like,
yeah.
I'm the only person who's covered it on YouTube in the last 6-7 months, other than the creator who uploaded a video on it recently. Not recently, sorry. He uploaded a video on it a year and a half ago. So
yeah.
That would be the mother of all coincidences, I think. But it's happened before, by the way. This exact thing has happened before, where I've covered something and then like 3 weeks later, Vinny has streamed it. I don't know if it's a coincidence or not.
Maybe it's just because you do like it's similar kind of shit. I don't know if I could do a full playthrough, like Google Translate and stuff.
I will admit the Portal one was funny all the way through. I really enjoyed it. I was just laughing all the way through it, honestly.
What was one Phil did a while ago? That there's the Metroid Prime one, and there's another one he did, wasn't there? That was Pokemon, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, God. Some of these quests are hard to do, like solo. I have quests like open a certain chest, but like the amount of people that spawn around it, you're lucky. Like even if you clear them, like someone always ends up showing up, or you're too weak to fight the boss enemies. It's kind of hard doing solo. Well, like I've done it before, but like not this is new stuff. But like there's like their boss ad that you kill and you get like a special weapon.
Sorry. The developer of the mod commented on my video, by the way. Person who made it.
Nice. Yeah, boy. Oh. That is some fucking new flying thing. This I haven't actually got to mess with it.
I can't see if Vinny is subscribed to me because he has his subs on private.
But you could even check that on YouTube.
I have someone sub to me that has 500,000 subs.
Yep.
Some fucking Spanish channel. What is this? Upload Sea of Thieves videos.
Gnome's been sending links. Just like, yo. Some guy pushed me and started building, just died straight away. Oh, this guy has so many. What the fuck's this shit? This man has like all. This guy has like all the fancy new guns. Not very good, like, but
The guy that makes like Mega Drive remixes of Super Nintendo songs is sub to me. I listened to loads of his remixes. I didn't even realize he was sub to me. That's weird. You know, I'll never feel that bad though about how my videos do because there's someone sub to me who has 40,000 subs and his most recent 5 videos have like 30 views.
1,000.
Yeah, well, mine's got it's just over 5,000, which is way above the average. By this point, my video would normally have 3,500 or so, so that's pretty good. Considering I haven't really made content for like a year, that's pretty good going, I'd say.
I need to start doing shit, but I don't know what I want to do. You ever did make a video?
The thing is, it's hard because you can spend like 6-7 hours plus making a short edited version of a stream and it'll do shit on YouTube and you've wasted your time. At least that's what it feels like to me sometimes. But then with the Portal video, I spent a lot longer than that, like 3 or 4 days working on that video, like non-stop from the morning till night pretty much. And, you know, it still hasn't done amazingly, but I think the quality of the video overall is pretty good. I'm quite happy with how it came out. It was also my first time ever using Final Cut Pro, so a new editing software as well, so I was learning as I was doing it.
As long as you're happy, that's the main thing. Join.
That's how it turned out, and I don't regret making the video. I don't wish it had done better. Like, everyone wants that moment, you know, for a video to pop off. But I've had that happen in the past, and I haven't really gone anywhere because of it. I didn't capitalize on the popping off at all, unfortunately.
I think it's like it could be a random video that pops off as well. Like it could be one that you put like 5 minutes into, or like you put a hang into, it pops off, and then
those are always the ones that do the best. My most popular video is a shitty GameCube stream highlights corruptions, and it's literally got like 500,000 views. And I don't know how, because I remember making that video. It's literally 5 minutes, and I made the whole video in like about 3 or 4 hours. It was just terrible. It's a bad video. It's a really bad video, and yet
it just fucking popped off.
Even the corruption results are really not very good.
I think Kelly puts a lot of time putting like doing stockpiles and shit. I remember like the most I've done is mess with it. I remember corrupting Yakuza. It was fun.
Oh, yeah,
it's fucking cursed. I remember doing it, and like I don't know why I did that, but I made it so that when I was doing the bowling, the pins would go down before the ball would get there, and it would count as a strike. It's kind of funny, like.
It's really hard to corrupt PC games.
I remember when I found out the fucking like it worked with Unity by accident, the RTC corruptor.
Yeah,
like
it's made a whole program that integrates with Unity now.
I didn't even think that wouldn't work. I was just slapping shit together and to see what would happen.
That's honestly the best thing to do. I find that after all the time and effort I've put into making corruptions, sometimes it's easier to just smash some shit against the wall and see what sticks.
But then again, like you could be doing that and like you could spend hours get with nothing doing.
I mean, fucking hell, I managed to corrupt The Sims 1 like 8-9 years ago with the Vinesource ROM corruptor, and it barely corrupted, but it worked, and I was really impressed with that.
I've got the Vinesource ROM corruptor as a thing.
Yeah, most people did. It's not really relevant anymore, to be honest.
Yeah, the guy doesn't even work anymore, does he?
Nope.
What am I doing here? I didn't know this fucking extra chest here.
I've got a few other streams lined up, but I've just been a bit too distracted lately. There's been a lot of games coming out, and
I just been putting on stuff in the back burner.
Yeah, well, I don't really fancy streaming like shit or anything like that, because it's not like I want to like enjoy the game by myself. Like I don't want to be looking at chat every 5 seconds. I just want to like take time to enjoy it. And I know I don't have to, but I get quite when I'm streaming, I get like really involved. And like if there's not many people watching, I won't even bother streaming. There's no point. I don't know. I get like that sometimes, and it's like.
I do as well sometimes, but like, well, I've gotten to the stage where I do just stream anything, but like, there's some games I like only want to do on stream, join. But then I end up putting the game off for so long that I don't even end up playing it, join.
Oh yeah, no, that happens a lot. That's why I played through the first like 3 or 4 hours of Dead Space on stream, and I just played the rest by myself because at the end of the day, I was playing that game for me. I wasn't playing it for some people. So you know, 4 or 5 people that bothered to stick around in chat. I was just like, nah.
I need to get around to finishing it. I played a bit of it, but I haven't put much time into it yet. I'm only on like the 2nd chapter, I think. Well, I know how the game's got played for the most part anyway, because I played the original, Giant, but I'm still looking forward to playing through it all.
It's weird because I played the remake, and I was like, that's always how Dead Space looked in my head.
Nostalgia goggles.
Gameplay of the original, and I was like, holy shit, the remake looks fucking amazing by comparison. I didn't realize how much better it looks.
Yeah, I remember seeing alpha stuff of the the remake, and I was like, holy fuck. I remember when they first showed the peel technology, and you shot the fucking oh, what the fuck is this? Oh, I thought this was a glider. That is like a Falcon drone in Fortnite. It's like a recon drone. I thought it was a fucking glider.
They've confirmed, by the way, that, well, not confirmed, but the ending of Dead Space Remastered, the secret ending, actually confirms Dead Space 2.
Well, like the whole idea, one of the ideas of the remake was to like make it more in line with Dead Space 2, like because like when you go from Dead Space 1 to Dead Space 2 is a lot more fleshed out, like story wise and stuff.
Dead Space 2 is like one of the greatest like third-person horror shooters ever made.
Yeah, like the first one was good, and then you go into the second one, it's like day and night. But like,
I think it's weird because I think the remake is. I still don't think the remake is as good as Dead Space 2, genuinely. But I do think the remake is a lot better, and I think it makes Dead Space 1 play and feel much more like the second game, which people forget how much the second game improved on. It wasn't just the story, which was way better. Like
it was everything. Like
the opening to Dead Space 2 is like one of the best openings to a game ever because it sets the tone for how the entire game is going to be, which is that it's relentless and it never fucking stops, which is exactly what Dead Space 1 is like as well, but it doesn't quite get the same tone right from the get-go.
I like how I like the remake that like there's like dynamic shit that happens. Like every playthrough is going to be a bit different to an extent.
Yeah, it gets predictable, but then so did the first game. You know, a lot of the predictability I have with the remake is also true of the original game as well. How, like, you walk into a room and you just know that at some point in that room, the vent is going to explode and in front of it because you know it's coming. So
I love how you can just walk up and destroy all the vents as well. Like, you know what?
I found the sequel to be less predictable because there was also the fact that Isaac was going insane because of the marker. That was also happening. So a lot of what you saw wasn't really there.
Yeah, it's just him going fucking insane.
There are things that are a lot better, more than just the graphics though, about the remake, even than Dead Space 2.
You can like backtrack through the whole ship, can't you?
Yeah,
Like
that's a
you
really
can
good part of it.
you can literally go through the whole ship again if you want to, and there's a reason to do it because there's like you can go back and get older items, and then there's like side quests. Okay, side quests were added in the remake as well.
I think people don't appreciate how good Dead Space was.
I
in
bitch.
2008.
I didn't think it was that long ago.
People who didn't play the original are congratulating the remake, like for stuff the original did anyway. You know, like some of the reviewers that never played Dead Space are like, "Oh, I really like this element." I'm like, "Yeah, the original did that too. It's not new to the remake."
I haven't played the original.
It's
Like
that fucking good anyway.
I haven't played the original in so long. Like I may as well like join. I remember bits and pieces of it, obviously, but I can't remember a lot of it.
Even for the time, by the way, Dead Space 1 was pretty graphically impressive.
Oh, I.
You know,
It was like one of the like launch titles, wasn't it? No, was it a launch title?
No, it was 2008, so it was a couple years in, well, a year or two into the generation already by the time it came out. But like, the real sweet spot for like that generation was between 2009 and 2010. Like 2009, 2010, 2011, that was like the sweet spot for all the best games that generation had.
Yeah, because like they figured out the tech and all, and like they knew like how to work with it. Well, a lot of people did.
I mean, fucking hell, we got Modern Warfare 2 in that generation. That's considered one of the best COD games of all time, which it very well might be, at least for multiplayer. I don't think Modern Warfare 2 is perfect though. I think it has a lot of problems. Actually, the original.
Modern Warfare. No, the fucking they did a remaster of it, didn't they? But it was only the single player, right?
Yeah, because nobody would play the newest COD if they remastered the multiplayer.
Like, see, I know they did a remaster of the first one, but the remaster of the game and the multiplayer. It was just weird that
Yeah,
the only.
and the multiplayer was actually quite different in a lot of ways to the original.
That had like a shit ton of like that had like a shit ton of like camos and all, didn't they?
Yeah, I actually think Modern Warfare Remastered is really good.
I haven't played it. It's just one. It's one of those.
It's dead on PC, unfortunately.
Oh.
It's a really good remake of a very important game for Call of Duty, because it was the one that cemented what the gameplay and progression would be like for the next like. it's still like that now. It hasn't changed.
Yeah. I've now finished the battle pass. I've got like 2 more pages to go. I've gotten like 4 pages since we went on, maybe more.
There is a degree of COD's bullshit that I don't miss, honestly. Like, it's weird to me, but I preferred COD when they didn't give a flying fuck about balance. I feel like balance now is an incredibly important factor to them. That they take it very seriously when a professional player says, "I don't like this thing," and then they change it.
That's what the CDL mode's meant to be for, John.
Yeah, I mean, Modern Warfare 2, there was only one thing they ever changed in that game in terms of balance, and that was the
That was the double. Yeah, I was gonna say the double shotgun.
But
it was fucking.
Since then, a developer has come out and publicly said that it was actually a bug. It was an oversight, not a balancing issue, which is why they fixed it. Which makes sense because apparently all guns in the game are supposed to have damage fall off, but the 1887 shotguns just didn't. Like the Akimbo version specifically didn't have any damage fall off at all, which meant at medium range, so long as enough pellets hit with both shotguns, it would just be an instant kill, no matter what. And that's the reason it was so controversial, was because obviously it was broken. But then that's...
Back then you didn't have as many people complaining online as well, though. To be fair, I'm surprised they even fixed it.
shows how bad it was that they actually went and fixed it.
Yeah. Because like, back then, like, you probably, like, it was only really that in forums back then. Like well, Twitter probably was still around back then, but like, it wasn't as big, John.
It was,
So, like,
it was actually a far bigger balance issue than those, it's amazing to me how the ACR is single-handedly the best weapon in the game in every single way, and they never ever balanced it. Like it is objectively better than every assault rifle. There is no reason to use anything else, which makes me think, like, I kind of half appreciate the balancing in newer games and half don't, because on the one hand it's great and on the other hand it's not.
Yeah, it's like it's weird because like, but it can help a game feel fresh as well because like it kind of forces you to use other guns at times as well. But then it could be your favorite gun could just get fucked overnight, John.
People, streamers will often say stuff like, they make a video with a clickbait title saying this gun is broken, and then you watch it and you're like, nah. It's really not that. It's like a good player could do that with any gun. Doesn't mean it's broken. If you're good at the game, you can really dominate with any weapon. The difference is with the ACR is that it was like, it wasn't that it was necessarily so powerful. It was that nobody ever used anything else at that point. And it made the game less fun because all you
everyone
one single gun.
Yeah, it was the same in like Modern Warfare. You know, the remake, like the remakes, like the guns are popular for like a week or two, and then you just never see them again. Do you remember that gun that was in Warzone for a while? It's like everyone was using it with like no, it was just iron sights, the Galil, I think it was. Like everyone was using that gun.
Yeah, like, there was the Commando as well, the 5.52. Everybody used that for a while in Warzone because it was ridiculously overpowered. Like, yeah, sometimes there are clear issues that need to be solved. It doesn't matter if there's a bias towards one type of weapon over another. It doesn't really matter because I find in the newer CODs anyway, a lot of the weapons are more situational than they are bad or good. They all have strengths and weaknesses. The problem is some of those strengths are more dominant than others for certain playstyles. But in Modern Warfare 2, the ACR, it didn't really matter because it had good aim down sight speed, it had good everything. It was just the best gun in the game single-handedly, and they never ever balanced it, which is half hilarious and half pretty bad at the same time. It's like COD 4 as well. COD 4 existed in a time before balancing. You've got to remember that.
Yeah, like balance, like things did get balanced to an extent, but like it's not as crazy as now. Like things change like every week or two.
Do you remember the M16 in COD 4? That thing was just.
I used to love the burst guns in old CODs. Now I don't think I could use a burst gun.
The M16 in COD 4 was like a one burst kill pretty much all the time.
Yeah, I used to love using the burst guns. That was back when burst guns used to be good in games.
And then I play like the new Modern Warfare 2, and like the M16 is like. It's like offensively bad. It's just such a shame. But it's not bad in every instance. It's not
in the
game. It's just not.
If you run hardcore, it's probably really good now because the hardcore is actually in the game now. So there's a reason to use it. You can just one burst people down.
Yeah, and most of the weapons can be put in different firing modes, which I'm guessing is far more useful in hardcore. Although maybe it isn't. I don't know.
Well, it's weird because like the full auto guns are most of them were better in single fire because you could just you could tap them faster than the auto fire would work.
The way COD's balancing works is weird though because the properties of the weapon and the stats change when it's in single fire mode. Like the M16 is actually a better weapon in semi-auto than it is in burst fire. Like it literally does more damage, which just doesn't make any sense. It's the way most people grinded it was just by putting it in semi-auto. That's the way I did it because it was just terrible in burst mode.
Bro, I just unlocked more. I just unlocked another page of the battle pass. I'm on like the page for the last now. Still need low stars though.
I don't know if you've noticed this, but in the current Modern Warfare 2, they're like absolutely desperate to not have like one really powerful type of weapon. So like almost every weapon in the game just has like horrendous recoil, as like to compensate for it.
Well, actually, that's why some guns are like that. Not all of them. Like there's some guns that recoil. Like what was it? Like the SA gun. Its recoil is really bad. What was it? I can't remember the name of it.
Did you play Battlefield 3 by the way when it was relevant?
Yeah, 3, 4, and I didn't play Hardline.
I think Battlefield 3 had like one of the biggest balance problems I've ever seen in a video game because there was a particular weapon for the engineer that was I think it was a FAMAS of all weapons. I don't know if you remember it. It just it was like it wasn't just a balance issue; it was actually broken, like literally. Like when you clickbait YouTuber, this weapon is broken. That weapon was actually broken because it didn't recoil, it didn't have spread, and it didn't have damage fall. It just didn't have them, which meant the FAMAS could like four shot kill someone from literally across the entire battlefield map, which is massive. And I remember that. Do you know what I remember? I remember it taking them like 3 months to fix it as well. Because again, in that era, balancing wasn't as important, was it? So it would take them 3 months to fix that. It was so fucking broken. So what Battlefield 3 was for like 3 months was everybody using the FAMAS, everybody playing engineer, nobody playing anything else for about 3 months, and it was the stupidest fucking experience of that game. I think it ruined that game for me, honestly. That weapon, like that's when balancing needs to be fixed. Like that's like really fucking stupid. No, I remember what it was. It was a DLC weapon as well. It wasn't just that it came with the game. It was the first DLC for Battlefield 3 introduced that weapon. And that's even worse because it took them so long to fix it. It took them until the next DLC to fix it, which is really, really bad. Because in Battlefield 3, you could only have like 2 attachments on your gun, so you all you'd have to do is put like an ACOG sight on it, and you could snipe people with it. So dumb.
You gonna get the new Diablo game when it's out?
Yeah.
I might pick it. I might pick it up soon because like the beta test or the I think it's a beta test. There's beta tests in March, and then the game's not out till June.
You want to know something really funny? As soon as this Microsoft deal goes through, all the COD games are just going to disappear from Battle.net.
Oh yeah, they'll probably still stay on. To be honest.
Well, they'll definitely end up on Steam. That's for sure. Because Microsoft has made quite a push recently to release everything on Steam.
Well, they'll have to do something for the people who bought it on Battle.net. Do you know what I mean?
Well, here's something that's quite cool. Is I think what Microsoft is going to do. Their plan is to just buy Activision and put all of it on Game Pass. I think that's what they want to do.
The thing is, like,
according to Sony, by the way, Sony apparently said that Microsoft's Game Pass system is not as profitable as people think.
Probably because people share the accounts, like the new Netflix password sharing. Like you can do it with Game Pass as well.
So Sony based that on evidence that their system hasn't been making them much money. That's the evidence they had. It was that their version of it hasn't been very successful. But that's because their version of it is dog shit. Did they forget that part of it?
So Sony, like it's Sony, if like you pay for online and then they give you like a few games every month, don't they?
Yeah, but it's not that. It's the PlayStation Pass thing I'm talking about. You know, it works kind of like Game Pass, where you pay the same amount each month and you get a collection of games. But the collection of games they give you is like
Is that on top of the multiplayer sub as well?
Yeah.
Or is it built in?
You still get the monthly games, but the thing that's just
So it's
terrible
it's
about
2 subs for one thing. I guess it's the same with Xbox as well, though. But I think Xbox Game Pass comes with the.
I'm
gonna
filter it by newest released. Would you like to know what the 3 newest games added to the PlayStation Pass are?
Shadow Warriors probably one of them. I'm guessing.
Nope. Life is Strange is one of them. Great. Dragon Quest Heroes 2.
It was okay. Oh no, Heroes. Oh, I've never played that one actually. Never mind.
And Vice City Definitive Edition. Those are the last 3. Would you like to know when they were added? Yeah, like 2 months ago. It's been that long since they've updated it. Like, Jesus Christ, it's so terrible. The reason I'm mentioning it is because it's getting an update tomorrow. They're actually adding some new games to it tomorrow. It's Horizon Forbidden West.
Past week, Game Pass has gotten Shadow Warrior 3, Mountain Blade Barret Lord, Madden 23, SD Gundam, Hot Wheels Unleashed, and then there's Atomic Heart as well.
Yeah, but if you go onto the next page, you've also got stuff like Hi-Fi Rush, which launched on Game Pass like last week, when it's also a pretty good game.
Oh yeah, I was gonna play it.
And the JoJo games on there as well, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, I was just going by like the most recent. There's a new. I'm looking for that. I'm looking forward to that Wolong game that's out next month.
Game Pass is like consistently good, which I think is where it benefits Microsoft a significant amount is that the content on it is always good, whereas
Yeah.
PlayStation's pass is terrible. So Sony's saying like, "Oh, it's not that profitable." Well, no, your version of it isn't that profitable because everything you put on it is shit. Like, yeah, Devil May Cry 5 is on there, special edition, which is cool. Don't get me wrong, that's a really good game. You know, but
It's been out for
what else
what?
is on there? Like, there's some good stuff on there. Like, a lot of the Yakuza games are on there, which is nice.
Well, every single Yakuza game's on Game Pass.
Yeah,
Apart
but
from
not all of them
Mission.
are on PlayStation Pass. I'm not even joking. They're not all on here. I'm looking now.
Well, the thing is, like, Xbox had them. Xbox had most of them years ago, and then they took them off and put them back on for some reason. I'm guessing the license ran out.
Oh my god, I'm not even joking. The only RGG games on PlayStation's Pass are Judgment and Yakuza 6. That's it.
Too early, at least they have Judgment. Like, even Xbox doesn't have Judgment. It was an exclusive, wasn't it?
So I think that's probably why. You remember the PS5 version, the PS4 version of Judgment has been out since like 2018, so it's been out for quite a while. So it makes sense that it's on there. Same with Yakuza 6, it's been out for an eternity at this point, so it makes sense that it's on there.
Oh yeah, that is a new faction to DMZ, by the way.
Oh no, I was wrong. I've gone down. Kiwami 1 is on there. Kiwami 2 is on there. Like a Dragon is on there. Oh, Shadow Warrior 3 is on the PlayStation Pass. Wait, no, it isn't.
Oh, Shadow Warrior 3 might be on it, but the Definitive Edition is the new one that came out.
No, hang on. I'm wrong. I think the oh, it's showing games that aren't out yet. That's why. So yeah, Shadow Warrior 3 Definitive Edition is going to be on it, but it's not. It's not on it yet. So I can't actually play it yet. Wait, I think I'm looking at the wrong screen. Hang on. Yeah, no, I'm looking at the right screen. Wait, it's like it's acting like it's I have to buy it. What? Anyway, Like a Dragon is on there.
I bought it on Steam, and then like a week or two later, it came out on Game Pass. It's kind of annoying, but it's not really a big deal.
My friend, who's like a complete normie, downloaded it and installed it, and then I was talking to him. He's like, "Oh, have you played this Yakuza game? It's just come out on Game Pass." I was like, "Yeah, was it the newest one?" He's like, "Yeah, it's called Like a Dragon." I was like, "Oh, all right, cool." And he's like, "Yeah, don't play it. It's fucking shit." I was like, "What?" He was like, "Oh yeah, I went into it expecting like a beat 'em up game, but it's all fucking turn based. Fucking worst game I've ever played." I was like, okay. In my normie head, I was like, yeah, it's bad. Yeah, it's really bad. It's probably one of the best turn-based games fucking ever made, but sure.
You just told them the one of the other ones.
I recommended it. I sent him the trailer for Ishin, and he was like, "Oh, that looks a lot better." He's like, "That looks like something I'll enjoy a lot more." I'm like, "Yeah." The thing is, with Like a Dragon, is I don't think people know what to expect when they play it. It is really strange for an entire franchise to change genre. I will be honest, but it hasn't really changed genre. Let's be honest. It's still the same. It's just
It's still a JRPG.
Yeah, it went from being an RP. Well, it went from being a. I don't even know.
It just turned from a beat 'em up to a turn-based game. That's all it changed.
Everything outside the combat is the same.
Yeah.
You know. So
It's just the fight mechanics changed, really.
Yeah, and I think it changed. I won't say for the better because I think Lost Judgment is like I said, it's the peak of brawler combat in a video game. It's really good. You know, Lost Judgment is so good. It's almost a spectacle fighter. It's almost like Devil May Cry style. It's that good. It's not quite at that point because that's not the focus of the whole game. But it's like the combat is so good that you can make the comparison and it wouldn't be unfair. You know what I mean? Like I'm not trying to say it's that good, but it is really good. For a game like that, the combat's really good. But I don't know, man. Like a Dragon is like the most accessible turn-based JRPG I've ever played. I think that's a huge important part of it because if I handed that same friend Shin Megami Tensei 5, I think he would actually die of brain damage. I don't think he'd be able to comprehend it, or Fire Emblem Engage or something like that. I think his brain would melt.
I don't. Fire Emblem games are weird. Like, I don't know if I can get back into.
They're also strategy. It's a fucking mess. Like I tried playing Fire Emblem Warriors. No, not that one. What was the one on Switch? The first one, Three Houses.
Three Houses, yeah, I've got it. For her it's really, really good, but I just haven't got into it yet. Like, as how like
it immediately alienates anyone who isn't a Fire Emblem fan within the first 10 minutes, and it's really annoying.
Well, it's not like that. It's just it's been so long since I played like a tactics style game, just the way I play this. Like it's there's a few other games I play. I can't remember them off the top of my head, but it's been a while since I played a game like that style.
I think Dragon Quest Heroes is probably the only other one I'd suggest. If someone was like, "Oh, what's a turn-based RPG that's accessible?"
It's not even turn-based.
Dragon Quest Heroes, yeah, it is.
That's the Dynasty Warriors one, is it not?
No. Dragon Quest Heroes is I played it. I definitely played that one. It is turn-based. It's open world as well.
You're thinking of maybe it's Dragon Quest Heroes.
I swear that there is a Dynasty Warriors one, but I don't think it's that one because I've played. It says I've played it. I definitely not played the Dynasty Warriors one.
Yeah, Dragon Quest Heroes is like it's like a hack and slash one.
Is it?
Yeah, it is.
Oh no, listen, what the fuck did I play?
Dragon Quest 12, I think, is the one you're talking about.
I have played that one, but that's not. I do remember it now. I remember not playing it that much, but I have played.
Dragon Quest 12 isn't it yet. Dragon Quest 11.
Roman numerals.
Dragon Quest 11 Echoes of Leaps of Age. It was actually pretty good. I haven't finished it yet though. I'm pretty far into it.
It's I know what it is. It's Dragon Quest 11. That's the one I played.
Yeah,
The guy who looks like Trunks. Yeah.
it's good, but I just haven't finished it yet. I'm pretty far into it, but I've got it on the Switch. I play it on the PC and Switch, but I'm furthest on the Switch one.
I would recommend that because I feel like that's somewhat accessible.
The Dragon Quest games are kind of like Babby's first RPG, but like it's still good. Like even for someone's first RPG, like it's a good series to. It depends what you're looking for, though.
Yeah, it does. And I would say the same about Persona, that I would recommend it. The problem is for everything else Persona is, I probably wouldn't to most people because you really have to want to be interested in the story and not just the RPG elements because you will be doing a lot more of that than the RPG stuff. And like, I'll be honest, especially with Persona 4, the design of the dungeons are like really bad. I was gonna say, I don't want to like shit on a beloved game, but like, Jesus Christ, could they think of anything but like Always from Square Root?
Wait until you see the older games.
Like I know that's the thing. Like don't get me wrong, Persona 5 is a lot better. Like they obviously put a lot.
Persona 5 has some pretty good ones from what I played.
And I do wonder if it's just because of the era, but that's why. To someone who's like, back it's a good experience. You've got to be into it. You've basically got to know what you play. You want to play a video game, right? That's the point.
Oh, fuck me.
There's not enough of the combat. Really.
Oh, DMZ's so annoying, solo man. I got popped just by a random shot, just a straight bullet down, man. Because I got down, that's me dead. Like, there's no point, you just give up straight away.
I did see that. You crashed the car into a barrier.
No, I was just trying to get it like, on the other side. Like, I didn't care about crashing the car because I was getting out to get the contract. But like, it's a straight shot as soon as I got out, and that's me dead. That's the annoying thing about DMZ. Like, if you have one person with you, it's not too bad, but it's just annoying. Like Tarkov, I don't know. It's not as bad in Tarkov because most of the time it's your own fault. But like in DMZ, like even if you have stims and shit, I don't know. It's just annoying. Like I just get annoyed at DMZ faster. The new map's out, but like you can't. It's on the Twitter page for the fucking new season. The resurgence game mode. It says a resurgence like all the things will be open. You can only do quads at the moment. They lied. Like it's only quads. I guess I'll play with some randoms. Trying to get fucking ears blasted.
I can't even really think of many other turn-based RPGs. I think a lot of them are pretty unforgiving for new players. That's one of like the biggest guilty problem I think most of them have, is that they you have to be a fan to want to play them. But I think with Like a Dragon specifically, that title is going to get really confusing in the future. I've just realized, calling it that.
Other Monster Hunter Stories was weird. It's a turn-based RPG, but it's like done kind of like rock paper scissors, like damage types. It's like it's like power, speed, and
game got me into turn-based RPGs.
What?
I think if you ask that question to most people, they'll say Pokemon.
I think mine was Final Fantasy. Probably Pokemon as well, actually.
I'm gonna be honest. Pokemon's like turn-based RPG. Like Pokemon's turn-based style is so dated and feels so bad nowadays.
It's probably changed in the past like 12 years.
It's barely evolved at all. Even in the newest one, even though the game is open world, it actually hasn't really changed anything. The combat is actually worse. It's so slow.
It's crazy when you think about it. Like you think that like the tribe brings some innovation, but then Nintendo are really care about innovating on like their consoles and stuff. Like they're not as big as innovating on games as they used to be. Like yeah, there's some, don't get me wrong, there's still some good games to make, but like they don't really push the envelope.
The most like thing is like make your game.
I need to turn this game down. Master Ones. What would you say?
I was just saying the worst thing you can do in a turn-based RPG is make like the beginning of the game feel dull and boring. And it's weird because if somebody played one of the newest Pokemon games without having ever played Pokemon before, I think they would think, "Wow, this is the most boring thing I've ever played in my life."
That's one thing Final Fantasy games do pretty well. Like the intro's usually pretty good. Final Fantasy 15's intro was a bit slow. You start pushing the car.
That's why I'm bringing up Like a Dragon, because again, I think it starts off really well. I think the way it introduces the RPG mechanic, like the turn-based style to you, is really good.
I love how his whole logic for it is like he's going to treat his life like an RPG.
Plus the whole mechanic of it is that it's pretty fast, it's pretty fluid, the menus are quick, the animations are nice to look at. You never really get sick of looking at the animations, whereas with Pokemon, I get so sick of them after the first battle that like I stop wanting to play the game, even though I love it.
Like Sword and Shield wasn't as bad because like at least you get a different Pokemon, like you see an animation you hadn't seen before. But most in like the newer one, it's just all the same animations.
Graphics aren't everything, but you should 100% be allowed to criticize a game
Oh shit!
Pokemon for the amount of like heinous fucking reusing of content.
Oh, what the fuck's this? They're fucking okay. They a token.
Well, you know what? I was talking about the other day how like Yakuza gets away with reusing content, and that it's okay in that case. Like, and I personally believe it is. I don't.
They actually do stuff with it though. That's the thing. Like they actually like they reuse stuff to make it so they can actually focus on other stuff.
They use that time that they would have spent making a new map, for example. They spend that time working on the stuff they consider more important, which is usually gameplay, mini games, stuff like that. It's usually related to stuff that is more important than the map.
One thing I wish it was different is the mini games are in the fucking Club Sega thing. I'm sick of playing fucking Virtua Fighter. But maybe that's just I don't like Virtua Fighter.
I think Yakuza 0 had the best selection of mini games because they were all 80s arcade games.
Like Fantasy Zone and Virtua Fighter, I hate playing. I was playing one the other day that was basically just Virtua Fighter. It was the one in Judgment. It's like Rose of something. It's just what do you call it?
I'll say right now, Yakuza 5, Lost Judgment makes really good use of Virtua Fighter 5. Yeah, it's in that game too. Sorry,
I remember you saying the same thing with the esports team.
Yeah, there's a whole sub-story with an esports team, and it's really fucking cool. Like, it's one of the school clubs is an esports team, and like, it just clearly shows that the writers of these games are not like completely clueless. Like, they're pretty well clued into modern society, which I think helps because they wrote a whole sub story about esports gaming, and there's a whole character who thinks esports is not a real sport, and then you fucking Yagami is on the side of the gamers, which I think is great. Like he completely understands it, and I think that's really cool to have someone who kind of understands why it's important. And yeah, the whole sub story plays out, and you're basically trying to weed out a cheater. And the way the guy is cheating is he's got a fight stick that's hacked that injects code into the game via USB, which, by the way, is something that actually happened.
Bruh.
That's real. Somebody did that. So the fact that like that's how clued in they are. They're so clued into like esports and stuff. The writers that they knew that actually happened in real life. Like it's really cool. Like I really appreciate that stuff because it means that the writers aren't just clueless old men who have no idea, which is what the writers of Atomic Heart felt like from the hour and a half I played of it. Fucking terrible. Like holy shit.
I'll stop on the download tonight, and I'll probably play a bit of it tomorrow. I don't know if I'll play through the whole game like, but I'll play an hour or two and see how I feel.
Apparently, it's like half a good game and half a terrible game at the same time. And I can already see the qualities of it, like what make it feel good. I'd recommend, Lost Judgment. I think has set a new standard for mini games and stuff in the Yakuza series, because half the story takes place in a school. Don't worry, it makes sense when you play it. There's a crime in the school, but that game goes into like some pretty fucking heavy topics that I would not expect Yakuza to go into, because Yakuza's usually like really like political, and it's all about power struggles with politics, and like don't get me wrong, the stories are great because of that, but I mean holy fuck.
All the same shit.
The shit in Yakuza 0 about the empty plot of land, that's based on something that actually happened, by the way. The gang war over like nothing. It seems like nothing.
Yeah, it was over such a small thing.
Something that in hindsight seems like nothing, but you realize how big of a deal it is as the story unfolds.
Yeah.
Judgment is like Lost Judgment focuses on heavy themes related to suicide and bullying causing suicide, which is like really fucking heavy for a game where you can ride a pretend motorcycle around and use like fireball attacks and shit.
Race drones.
Yeah, it's really silly, but I think like it's hard not to take that story seriously because it's such a heavy topic, and it's hard to say that like I didn't want to spoil what it was,
Well,
but I think it's important.
Well, it's like slice of life kind of stuff. Like people get really hooked on that kind of stuff.
It's really important to understand why they decided to do that, and it's because it's a serious. Like that's what they always do. They always write these really serious stories, but it doesn't undermine the silly stuff at all. And it's like it's really hard to strike that balance. And I think Rockstar Games used to strike that balance pretty well in GTA.
Like the Yakuza games, it's like the Yakuza games. It's like it's basically just like a big one big slice of life anime, but like in game format, to an extent. Like all the random shit you can do.
For every suicide murder accused father that exists who's going on a murder spree because his son committed suicide because he was bullied, which by the way again is a really serious topic. For every one of those stories they tell, you also get to go to the arcades and try and catch plushies.
Poggers.
You also get to go you also get Majima hiding in a bin, or Majima as a policeman. You get I think that's where Yakuza.
What?
I think that's why
I don't know. My card's so scuffed. I put so many shots in them. It's Resurgence. I put so many rounds in them. And he just turned around, killed me like it's nothing. Or maybe it's because where I hit him. I think it's Resurgence, so as long as our team stays alive, I'll be alright.
I think the Judgment series only has good places to go as a result of Lost Judgment. I think the story in the original Judgment is good, but I think Lost Judgment's story is so much better in general as well. I can't believe Lost Judgment only has like 80 on Metacritic, by the way. I don't understand. What is it people want? Because they criticized the original Judgment because the story was a little bit shallow. Yeah, it was. But they also criticized it for not having as much variety as the Yakuza games. Lost Judgment went fucking insane with the variety, adding so. Lost Judgment has a skateboarding minigame that has like tricks and like level trees. Like, it also has a Mario Kart minigame where you ride motorcycles around at night wearing stupid leather jackets. Like, there's so much variety in the gameplay, and yet it gets rated less than the original Judgment. And like, you read the reviews and people are like, RGG's formula is getting a bit stale now. I'm like, what?
You know, they're literally trying something new.
Fucking morons! Do you not play it and listen and understand the fucking story?
So even if like I played from 0 to 4, basically back to back to back, and it's basically the same thing every time. But like, it didn't stop me playing it, John. Like yeah, like the combat got a bit stale, but like
I think the best thing about Yakuza and the crutch it's always had that's not allowed it to separate into Judgment has been the characters. Because most of the characters are so good that it's really hard to get away from them, I think. And that's one of the biggest things I think Like a Dragon is guilty for, is that they finally started fresh. And I honestly think they made, even though I absolutely love the Kiryu fight and the Majima fight, I really fucking wish they didn't bring those characters back.
They're gonna be, at least they're gonna be in the, they're still gonna be in them for the next few games probably.
I think it was relevant to not alienate people in that way, but I think.
What the fuck's this guy bringing me? What the fuck?
I think they did.
What the fuck?
I'm not gonna try and spoil the story, but they did Ichiban a lot of good stuff. They did a lot of really good stuff with his character, with Kiryu in particular, which is why I don't feel so bad about it. And plus, the Majima fight is like the best fight in the whole game, so I'm not gonna sit there and say it's bad because it isn't. The Majima.
These guys bringing me. You see this shit? We're doing like some parkour shit. I'm just following these guys because they seem to know where they're doing.
I've never seen this before.
This is in the new map. I don't know where the fuck we're going now. Oh. Oh shit, I just stole off from him.
This is why, like, you know, the Yakuza games in particular, I don't think they're for everybody, but that's fine.
Oh yeah, it doesn't have to be.
I just wish, yeah, because in the same way, I would say that Elden Ring is definitely not for everybody. 100%.
Yeah.
There are some people, like, I watched Angry Joe's video on it, and he got, like, in one of the streams, he got so angry at the game so many times and, like, vowed to never play again and, like, threw his controller and all this shit. And I'm like, bro, you're a grown man. Like,
That's his whole. That's his whole shtick, though. Like.
I know it is, but you can tell he was genuinely embarrassed and angry, and he was so embarrassed and angry that he ended one of the streams because.
Really?
I understand that's his thing, is to get angry, but you can tell when he's just exaggerating and when he's actually upset.
He's just like genuinely pissed off.
He really let Elden Ring get to him, and it's like it was.
Elden Ring is one of the games that can get to you, especially if you're basically putting your face against the wall. You know.
It can be. I found that already after my 30 hours playing it. I found that it can be like that, but I also
not all bosses are like that, but like.
I know. I expect it.
It feels good. Yeah, it's once you finally conquer the boss, it feels fucking great, though. Giant.
It does. Even though it's a pain in the ass sometimes.
I wait till you get Millennia. Like Millennia is like the hard boss, like the really hard boss of it. You probably already seen it. You let me solar her shit and all.
Oh yeah.
The guy.
That's like that's the crux of opinions in general. Is that not everyone's going to agree. Not every game is for everybody. But I think Elden Ring getting the perfect scores, I think it's a bit unfair on games like Yakuza that deserve it more, in my opinion. Because I don't think Elden Ring does anything particularly different from Dark Souls. You know, in the grand scheme of things, obviously it's open world. Yes, the open world element of it is done really well.
It brings out a lot of new mechanics now as well. Even if you mess with the ashes much yet.
A little bit, yeah. I know.
There's so many. There's like fucking. I think there's like 150 odd ashes in the game, which is like. It's kind of nutty, like the amount of stuff that actually crammed into it.
The problem I have is that every Yakuza game introduces loads of new stuff as well, and yet, even though the game's ultimately quite similar to the previous one, it then gets criticized for not changing. But then Elden Ring is pretty much gameplay-wise very similar to all previous games, and yet that doesn't get criticized for not evolving that much. You know, and that's fair enough. I think that's a fair enough criticism to have with games. I really like Elden Ring. I think it's really good, but I also think Dark Souls 3 is really good, and I also think Elden Ring doesn't actually play that differently in the grand scheme of things. But I think the FromSoft have this immunity to criticism on the internet, and it really bothers me because I feel like you should be able to criticize them for shit they do wrong.
Oh no, they did get criticized a little bit. So it even did for Elden Ring. So like a lot of people did shit on Elden Ring.
I think that, you know, with any game going open world, you lose something. I think Elden Ring, Yakuza, Breath of the Wild, games like this should be commended for how their open world is. And I see so few people congratulate the Yakuza series for how good the open world part of it is. Like, it's an important element in a game like that, where the open world is like part of the game. You know, it's important for the. It's not just the backdrop, you know, of what happens. It's an important key element of the game itself. I think that exists in Yakuza because you can go all like. I was watching. Did you watch ScaleUp's video on Ishin, or did you not?
No, not yet. His videos are usually good.
He spoils some late game stuff, so I wouldn't watch it.
I'll watch when I finish. But like his opinions are usually decent for most games anyway. Not all games, but most of them.
You know, it seems like my opinion aligns with him. In the video, he mentions Ishin in the same light as Elden Ring, and he says it has the same benefit of it's quite easy to miss a good portion of the game if you aren't paying attention. Do you know there's a reviewer that reviewed Ishin that was complaining that they couldn't find any of the dojos to do the upgrades?
Really?
And I think that goes lengths to show that you can miss these things if you're rushing through it.
I was gonna say because I came across them pretty easily.
Yeah, but he also said in the review, he also said that he got to like the 10-hour mark and was getting so sick of all the sub stories popping up.
I just started skipping.
That he started rushing through the game.
I started rushing through some text as well. I'm not gonna lie. Like some of the side story stuff, not all of it.
That happens with me in Yakuza games sometimes, where I get to a certain point and I just want to beat the story, and then the game's like, here's a really long sub story that we've just thrown in your face. It's like, cool, fair enough, I'll do it later. But that's because the story is so engrossing that you want to beat the story. You know what I mean? You want to beat the story parts because you want to know what's going to happen. And I think it's unfair to then criticize the game for giving you more stuff to do. That's not just. Put it this way, right? I would rather play Yakuza 3 than whatever trash Ubisoft is making at the minute.
Oh yeah. I tried playing Valhalla not too long ago, and it was fucking. It was painful.
You've played Valhalla, right?
I tried getting into it, and it's just. I tried getting. I have still haven't finished Odyssey. Odyssey, I went around trying to do everything, and don't do it. That's all I'm saying. Just don't even try. Yeah.
Valhalla is the biggest. Is like the definition of everything that's wrong with modern.
The thing is, you can't completely finish Valhalla either, because every time you finish it, like more stuff pops up on the map.
You can do the Ubisoft formula, and you can do it really well, but it doesn't change that formula still exists. This is exactly what I've been criticizing. You know, Horizon Zero Dawn, and Forbidden West.
Yeah.
I've criticized both those games so many times because they use like, even though it's you know, the games are really well made and they're really high quality and they're really good examples of it. There's nothing that.
I got bored of the first one.
I did. I got bored of it twice.
How far am I into it, actually? Just to tell you how long I played before I got bored. Horizon Zero Dawn. I'm 5 hours into it.
You know what I mean, though, don't you? Like.
Yeah, it's like really. I like some of the mechanics, and I like some of the stuff, but like.
The world, I like the graphics, I like the combat, I like everything about it, pretty much. But that formula is exactly the fucking same as everything Ubisoft has been doing for the last few years. It's no different from any other open world game in that sense. It's not like you can't compare it to Elden Ring and Yakuza. The games. Do you
remember all that shit going, like people compare it, like the Ubisoft devs comparing Elden Ring? It's like Elden Ring didn't do anything special, and then like people started posting memes of like Elden Ring with the Ubisoft. Yeah. That's where all that came from. It was an Ubisoft dev getting pissed off.
it's amazing how much of a difference it makes to a game experience in an open world to not just put everything on the map for the player.
The thing is, they actually did an update that adds more to the map. Like, you know, like, the way your map is now in Elden Ring. Like, there's more on it than there was before.
I think Yakuza does it in a weird way. Like, I think the thing with Yakuza games is that the map is small, but it's really dense. There's a lot in it.
The thing is, Elden Ring, the one thing I'll say, like, big downside to Elden Ring, is that if you want to do the side stories and stuff, you basically have to search up, like, how to do it, because, like, there's so much shit that's easy to miss that, like you could just miss an NPC in one area, like in a corner down, and like you really have to search up after a certain point if you do want to get the side stories. Like, some of the stuff's pretty good though. Like one that to get one of the endings, you have to do like a certain side story, and like I came across this side story by accident, and like I wouldn't have figured it out. I figured out one part of it, but like the second part I wouldn't have figured out if I hadn't searched it up, John.
Yeah, no, that's understandable. I know I've done a couple of them, but some of them are really confusing.
There's one where like you hear like howling, and you have to go to a certain spot and do a certain thing, and then it's like, oh, okay, how the fuck? It's I think you probably met the guy, Blythe.
Possibly.
The guy with the wolf head.
Short amount of time with that game.
Big man with wolf head. No, you might not have seen him yet. You might come across him a few times.
The best thing about Elden Ring, in my opinion, is the exact same thing that's great about Breath of the Wild, is that as soon as you start the game, from the moment you begin, the game's like, fuck you, here you go. Here's a small opening sequence, and you understand the basics of how the game works.
Breath of the Wild I haven't finished.
Figure it out.
I probably played Breath of the Wild. I have it, but I've probably played through it.
It has the same benefits as Elden Ring. It just puts you in the world and says, here you go, you figure it out. And that is so much more effective for player discovery and enjoyment and excitement when you're discovering these things yourself and you're enjoying it yourself. You're not being told that here's a checklist of everything in the game, do it all now. Like, that to me ruins the experience. That's why I got bored of Horizon Zero Dawn, because, well, for one, I'll be honest, the story's pretty shit. I really didn't find it engrossing at all. I feel
what is this? Are you just trying to find your mom or some shit, isn't she?
I don't even remember. It's so forgettable. Like, you know how earlier,
like the enemies and all look really cool. That's one thing I like. Like, their designs are awesome looking.
It's a good game based on a bad formula. That's like the best way to describe it. I don't hate it. I just don't love it. That's the problem.
I'll probably sit down and play it at some point. I might install it on the Steam Deck and then just play it through it.
I've played through the first opening 10 hours of that game twice, and both times, and I still can't fucking tell you what the story's about, even though I listened to all of it twice. But I can recite a scene from Yakuza 4 that I haven't played for nearly 10 years.
I think it's like
that shows you how memorable Horizon is. It's not.
I know. I think the stage I got there is like where you become like you get like a promotion or some shit and you go exploring. That's all I remember. Resident Evil. Oh, you get. Oh, I'm guessing you're getting the Resident Evil 4 remake.
Oh yeah.
Out next month. I didn't know it was out so soon. I picked it up.
You know, there's games you remember for being memorable, but there's some games that.
That's one thing I'll say. So like Resident Evil 4, it did a lot of things for like Resident Evil series, but it's by far my favorite Resident Evil. I wasn't even that big of a fan of it, to be honest with you. And like people love that game.
1, 2, and 3 have aged incredibly poorly, and the remakes do a decent job of bringing it back.
I didn't even bother getting the Resident Evil 3 remake just because how short it is. But like, not even just because
it's just of the quality of the original product than anything.
Yeah, it's just because. Well, it was meant to be an add-on for Resident Evil 2 originally, like the original game, like the original Resident Evil 3. That's why it's like it was shorter than the second one. Because it was meant to be like.
Resident Evil 3 itself is like, it's an incredible. Most people don't like the third game that much.
I liked it when I was younger, but like I can't remember.
Yeah, but most people, as like a general consensus, will say the second game was probably the best of the original trilogy.
I like the first one, but like the second one's the most memorable.
So, you know, remaking the second one first makes sense. I'm really surprised they didn't remake the first one in that style, but they pretty much remade the first one like 4 different times.
Yeah, like there's the remaster does a really good job anyway. Like don't need to do a remake for it. It'd be cool to have one, but I don't think they'll do it.
Plus,
because the remaster was so
many
good.
games have reused the layout of that mansion that it's not even funny at this point.
Even fucking Dead by Daylight has.
Resident Evil 7 reused the layout of the original mansion. I don't know if you noticed that in the house.
Did it?
Yeah, the layout wasn't identical, but if you look at the maps side by side, you can see it's heavily inspired. Even the shotgun is in the same place, the model shotgun. Like it's clear that it was done on purpose, right?
Oh, the house in Resident Evil 7? I thought you were talking about Village.
Yeah, Village is, as far as I know, I think the mansion is a little bit inspired by it, but not really.
Well, the only thing about Village is that it's tied to the first game because it's where the all the stuff first appeared. Like Village sets up like Resident Evil 1 basically.
Why at this point though? I don't see there's not much reason to remake Resident Evil 1. But I
Yeah,
think because Resi 3
they'll probably do it at some point, but
people criticize the Resi 3 remake, but it was a good remake of a shallow sequel. That's all it was.
well, it's only because it was meant to be an add-on for Resident Evil 2. It wasn't meant to be its own game originally. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
So much shorter.
You can't criticize the remake for being bad when the original game wasn't very good in the first
Yeah,
place.
like
That's
like
it's a faithful remake of a
like
game.
it's basically a DLC. Do you know what I mean?
Did people want them to just make the third game better as well? I mean, they could have, but then it's not as faithful. So I don't know.
Yeah, like they basically just remade a DLC. Do you know what I mean?
I don't know where you go from that point. It's like it's the same thing with Ishin. It's like
Did you ever
has problems, but
did you finish did you finish Shadow Rose, by the way?
I've played it for like 2 hours. I just can't be asked.
You're probably close to the end of it
Really
then.
linear compared to it's really linear compared to the original game.
You're probably near the
It gates
end.
you off.
It's only like 3 hours long. So you must be
It gates you off. Also, I find the combat in Shadow of Rose to be so much worse than 7, and I don't know what it is that makes it feel so shit.
It's just because it's completely different. Like it's its own thing.
You're fighting the mold monsters, which don't like react to your bullets like at all. It's really annoying.
I put it on hardcore, so like you basically just had to unload on them.
I just didn't have the motivation to finish it.
You should finish it. It's the final bit's not too bad, but it doesn't really add much. The DLC, you know, because like do you care about spoilers? Oh no, like I mean the actual story. Like, do you care about it?
I will finish it, yeah. So I don't really want it spoiled.
It just like it just ties into the ending of the base game.
I could be playing it right now, but I'm playing Yakuza 3, so I think that shows you where my motivation is at the minute.
But yeah, it doesn't take that long to finish. It's like 2 or 3 hours long. I sat down and finished it, and like it was okay. Like it was what, like 15 quid. Yeah, I need to go through and do.
I'm so done with critics though.
Oh yeah, I don't bother looking at half that shit.
Horizon
Like
Forbidden West got really good reviews, but like
just look at any of the COD reviews that they do. Like they give them like really high scores, and like
okay, I'm gonna criticize Hogwarts Legacy, which I know is like a really big like talking point at the minute, but I'm not gonna criticize
it looks
for
shit.
the reason people think. I think the gameplay for a Harry Potter game is okay. It's exactly what you want.
I just think the combat looks a bit shit. You know, the exploration story is probably alright.
But that's the problem I have with it. Is the exploration is the typical Ubisoft Horizon exploration that's
Oh, is it?
existed in open world games for fucking years, which means I got bored of it within 10 hours. Even though I love the lore and I love the story.
Yeah, see, I just think I'm picking it up, but I'm not a big fan of Harry Potter, and I didn't like the look of the combat, but I was still thinking of picking it up.
I wish I'd never played the Metal Gear games or the Yakuza games, so I could go back and play them again, because the fucking story in Hogwarts Legacy is so fucking shit. Like, the characters are all like planks of wood with nothing interesting to say, and yet, if I go back and play Metal Gear Solid 3, I'll be in tears by the end of it like I was the first time. The fucking story is so good. Like, what? I've been spoiled by these fucking games, man. I hate it.
Yeah.
I hate that I've been spoiled by Metal Gear Solid 3 and I've been spoiled by like Yakuza 0 and stuff like that because the stories are just so good. It's just sad.
Because you need to write it, but
One thing Kojima was good at was writing stories in context with gameplay where it makes sense. You know, he's good at giving you an excuse to continue on.
Hmm.
And I think that's where Kojima fucked up with Death Stranding, is that he doesn't really give you an excuse to keep playing it with his story in that game.
I liked it from what I played, but I didn't get that far in.
But that's the problem. I got bored of it the same as you did, and not because it's your typical open world game.
Well,
I
haven't got bored of it. I just sat down for one session, played it for like 3 hours, and it's like, alright, I'll come back to it, and I just haven't went back to it yet. Like, I do want to play it, but
it's a beautiful mess. Is my best description.
it's just, I know it's like Yakuza. I know I'm going to have to sit down for at least a few hours each session. Join.
I think it's worth playing because I think it'll resonate with some people more than others. Like that's the thing I value more than anything in gaming is I value unique experiences. There's a reason this Ubisoft formula bothers me now, and it didn't years ago. When I played Assassin's Creed 2, I loved the way that game worked, like the open world stuff. That is such a good idea.
And it was just a generic Ubisoft formula as well.
But it was the first time they did it, and it worked so well.
Yeah.
Too. And then they just fucking did that again for every game they ever made. Okay. Assassin's Creed 2 introduced the formula. Far Cry 3 refined the formula.
Oh no, Far Cry 2 probably introduced it.
No, Far Cry 2 was like super weird and jank. It didn't introduce that formula at all.
It was open world though, and I had like all the markers and shit. And
yeah, but it's not in the same way though.
I remember my dad played that game, and
it's not even just having icons on the map. It's also that all the icons on the map are like repeats of the same thing in different locations. That's exactly what Assassin's Creed 2 and Far Cry 3 do as well. And Far Cry 6 is like it's like the epitome of failure for that type of genre, in my opinion. I liked Far Cry 6 while I played it, but that's only because the gunplay is pretty fun.
Do you have the cycle?
The game itself is good.
Do you have the cycle downloaded? No. Oh, you didn't like it, did you?
I don't think I even played it. I know what it is, but I haven't played it. I just didn't like the idea of it, to be honest. You know, I think open world games, they need like a... I thought after Breath of the Wild that open world games were changing for the better. That doesn't mean I think Breath of the Wild is perfect, because it isn't.
I can get into it.
It has plenty of problems. But like some of these open world games doing things their own way, you know, Rockstar pretty much invented the open world. You know, Ubisoft kind of revolutionized it with Assassin's Creed, and every other developer has since beaten that fucking concept so far into the ground that I don't care anymore. When a new game franchise is announced and it's open world, I sigh. I'm not excited for it.
Atomic Heart is a game. Dave Mortis posted that. The guy that posts like the shit for New Blood.
Yeah.
He posted that. Just saying, Atomic Heart is a game.
Decades ago, we settled on Fortuna 3.
If you
and for a while, this frontier world
I value more unique experiences in gaming than anything else. You know, so that's why stuff like Prey from 2017 resonated with me a lot better than a lot of people.
It's alright.
I'm just so fucking sick of open world games at this point.
Well, it was an open world game. When you think about it.
It was more like System Shock, and you know, it's a type of that like.
It was immersive sim, yeah.
Like Deus Ex, that genre has been like barren for years and years. Like it's Deus Ex, like Mankind Divided was the last game like that.
I hated them.
What's that?
I wasn't a fan of Mankind Divided, and I didn't play the one after. But I tried so hard to get into it.
Revolution was the first one. Then Mankind Divided was the sequel.
Yeah, the first one that brought out like bits of it were good, but like so much of it was just like. There's so many ways to play that. Like, there's just no point because I actually watched something out recently about things like some of the stuff they're going to put in the game. They just never got to put in implement properly. So like at times, like there's just some OP gun just sitting there for you to use for that one segment of the game, and you can never use it again.
I think Deus Ex Human Revolution is almost a perfect game, but it's oftentimes at odds with itself. And that's the problem. That's a different topic, though. What I mean is, I'd rather play that than fucking Horizon, to be honest. Because at least it's not the same fucking thing. That's the problem I have, is that Horizon is like, even Cyberpunk. Even though I like Cyberpunk and I think it's made a good comeback, I think even that is guilty of the exact same fucking thing.
Yeah, I got bored of it. But I was doing all the side stuff as well. I think that's probably why I got bored. I was just doing like every bit of side content I've seen.
I've been thinking this more and more recently, that I think I would prefer and enjoy some games more if they just weren't open world.
Yeah.
The original
Like,
Assassin's
there's nothing wrong. Like, there's nothing wrong with a linear game. I guess just people are scared to do it now because like they know that it's not going to be. It's not like people are going to complain that it's not open world. But people are sick of open world games now as well.
Then like Doom Eternal comes out and is humongously successful, and it is an open world.
Doom Eternal was fun. I remember playing on Nightmare the day it came out, just fucking binging it.
That's the biggest problem, is that when single player games do come out and they're good, they're really well received. It's like, you don't have to be open world to succeed, and I think it causes a problem with development times too. Like, Beyond Good and Evil 2 is stuck in this development hell that it's never going to get out of, because...
Wait, we haven't heard anything about that game in years.
Yeah, exactly.
Like,
it's never going to leave this development hell.
Yeah, God knows it's even still in development.
Like, who makes Horizon, right? It's made by Guerrilla Games. They used to make Killzone, which were single-player first-person shooters. They weren't amazing games. They were...
Yeah, they were a game.
But I think I would enjoy those more than Horizon. I think stagnation is my problem. I don't know what it is. I'm like one of the only people who really enjoyed The Last of Us 2, but that's because it, despite the fact that
I wasn't. Well, the first one was alright, but like I wouldn't go back and replay it. Do you know what I mean?
Everything it did wrong, it did incredibly wrong. I think the story has a lot of problems, more with its pacing. But I think, again, you know, whenever these Western developers try and tell a story, they get overshadowed by everything Japan seems to make, and I don't understand why that keeps happening. Because yeah, when certain character X dies by a golf club, I will admit it kind of hurt a little bit, because I liked him a lot from the first game.
Oh, I know who you're talking about.
What's that?
I know who you're talking about. I just realized that you're talking about there for a second.
I will admit that, like, yeah, that really hurt, and that emotional scene worked on me. It would have worked a lot better if I didn't spend 30 seconds with him in that game. And it would have worked a lot better on people who played that game.
It's literally like the first segment of the game as well, isn't it?
You play as him for 30 seconds on a horse, and then you don't see him for the rest of the opening 3 hours, and then he dies. That's literally what happens. There's, like, you play as Ellie for the whole opening 3 hours. And look, I understand what they tried to do by, like, switching you off. I think
they tried to do kind of like a revenge story, didn't they? So I know what happens.
It's purely pacing. Like, they could have retold. Like, I think the story's fine. I think the way they told it is wrong, and the perspective they told it from is wrong. They want you to sympathize with this other character.
They probably should give you more time with that character.
They want you to understand why she killed Joel. The problem is,
well, you know,
like, she's actually a really good character, and I really do like her character, Abby, the one who killed Joel. I'm just straight up spoiling it now.
No, like, he's the one. He killed her parents and just bring the fucking Ellie in.
But her character is like, I really like her character. The thing I don't like about her character is that entire scene of her killing Joel is completely and totally nothing like the character she's been developed as.
Yeah, like, they just turned her like they just turned like a pure villain, don't they?
Yeah, but the thing that's important is when you play as her, that is after she kills Joel, and you learn that she's actually a good character. She's a nice person. You know, she's a lot nicer than Ellie turns out to be, as it happens. And I know that's the point. They're trying to make you think, oh, well, she was the good guy all along. But
not really.
That person would not kill Joel with a golf club like that in, like, pure aggression. She wouldn't. Because you've been led to believe that she's the type of person who will forgive people because of their misdoings. There's a character who betrays her. There are characters who are from an allegiance that she hates. And she helps them because she's a nice person. She helps them even though they've killed her own people. She helps these people, which is completely at odds with who she is. Because she killed Joel because Joel killed her dad. Fair enough. Okay. But then these people she helps may have killed her friends as well. and all of a sudden she's okay with helping them and being nice to them, even though they might be responsible for the deaths of her own friends. Yeah, that doesn't make sense that she then killed Joel. Like, you see what I mean? There's like problems with that. It's like
it's just per writing.
They could have. I think Joel had to die in that game for the story to get any feeling from me at all.
Oh yeah, well they could have done something completely different to the story, like, but I guess they already set on it and started it, so they couldn't really change much.
If they told the whole story from Ellie's perspective and didn't give you the perspective on Abby at all, I think the whole story would have been better as a result. And I think the player still would have got the same feeling that Ellie is a bad person, even if they were playing as a... You know, you are allowed to play as a bad person in a game. That's okay.
Yeah. It's been done plenty of times, like.
Yeah, I mean, the first boss fight you have in the game, you are literally fighting Ellie as Abby. And I hated that they did that, because that's like... It's like... It's such an evil moment to force the player to go through, because... I understand that, yes, but I still think Ellie's a bad person, even before I played her at all. You don't have to force me to do this. It's like, yeah, okay. What was your objective? I ended up liking Abby more than Ellie. Yeah, that would have been the same if
they could die. Yeah, they could have just made Ellie do shitty things the whole game.
Even if they just like jumbled the story round and made it so. For the first half, you played as Abby, and then you played as Ellie after she kills Joel. That would make so much more sense in context with the plot.
It'd be interesting to see what the original like run through if it was like the original like script and stuff.
I wonder if it was originally told in a different order, because it makes no sense the way they tell it, and it's like
if the part is the exact same as the one that was leaked, or did it change after that?
Yeah. It's basically the same. They only a few scenes were leaked, but the context of the whole story wasn't leaked. And the context actually makes just about as much sense as the leaks do, because that's all you get. Joel gets killed, you don't know why, you spend 15 hours figuring it out. That being said, I think the characters are actually incredibly well written. I think the story is well written. I just think they were so determined to kill Joel to like get the feels out of you that like they just did it in the complete wrong way. It feels like they rushed it. The idea of killing him was rushed. Rather than just building a plot point that makes sense, they just decided that they'd kill him at the beginning because the story will then be about revenge bad.
They could have done that like halfway through the game as well, and it wasn't the same thing, John.
Oh yeah, don't get me wrong. The gameplay and like engine and all that stuff, animation quality, facial mocapping, is all incredible. Like, it's really well done. And I can't shit on The Last of Us 2 for being a bad game, because the actual game, beside the story, is pretty good.
First one was alright. I don't know if I'd play the second one, but the first one was okay. I wouldn't call it amazing, like, but it was good.
I think the survival or horror elements in the second game are pretty good. I think there's a moment where you go into like a big cave, or like no, you basically go to ground zero for the infection, and that whole section, you're playing as Abby, by the way, the one who's a cunt. But that whole section is really, really good. It reminds me of Dead Space and Resident Evil. Like it's genuinely really tense. The atmosphere is amazing. The music's really good. It's like that part of the game is really good.
The mode I played in the first, the mode I played in the first one made the game feel a lot more tense. You know, the one like the survival mode, where you didn't have like that see-through wall thing. I didn't even know that was a mechanic until after I beat the game. Like how you can like hear through walls and shit.
I only enjoyed that bit so much because I love survival horror games. Like, don't get me wrong, I don't think The Last of Us 2 is a bad game. I think most people completely blew the story out of proportion. I don't think it's that bad, honestly. I understood the story, got it.
If it ever comes to PC, I might play it at some point, but I don't know.
I think the game's worth playing. Even if it's been spoiled, it's worth playing because everything outside of Joel dying and the fight at the end with Ellie and Abby, which is really stupid, everything other than that is good, including the story and the writing. I just think that those two moments were done in the complete wrong order. Yeah, I'll be honest, I felt really shitty when I had to fight Ellie as Abby. That was like a really nasty thing to do to the player, and that's exactly the reaction they wanted. Maybe it's provocative on purpose, and that's like pretty edgy to do that, but surely there was a better way for the player, you know, a miserable game, right? That's the point.
Cop out.
But then you could argue that, you know, a game about a detective who's investigating bullying-related suicide is pretty depressing. But then that's the same game. I'm gonna go into this again. That's the same game where you help an esports team weed out a cheater.
Yeah.
You play a Mario Kart motorbike minigame.
Well, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine to have a dark story with like lighthearted moments, John.
Yeah, you're allowed to. You know, the lighthearted.
You're allowed to be happy, like.
You know, those moments can't be. Haha, this character said a swear. You know?
It makes the heavier bits more impactful as well. I guess one thing I use it as well.
Is yeah, the story of Lost Judgment is miserable, but the actual game itself is not miserable. Whereas The Last of Us 2, I'd say the whole thing is just miserable all the way through.
Jockey, I'm looking forward to playing. One game I haven't spoiled anything for myself on. I barely even know what it's about. But I'm really excited to play it. Signalis.
I've literally heard of it, but I haven't played it.
Yeah, I've seen bits and pieces of it, and I've heard really, really good things, and I've just been holding off and playing it. And it's like a survival horror game, so you might be interested in it. But like, it's on Game Pass.
I was interested in Callisto Protocol, but look what happened to that.
I'm glad. I'm kind of glad I didn't buy that. But it's literally just the original idea for Dead Space. Like that's what, like all it was. Like the prisoners aboard a spaceship.
Dead Space, if they just did it worse, that's basically what it is.
I don't know what happens in the story. I haven't spoiled anything for myself in the game. Like I don't even think it was the game that was bad, was it? It was just performance issues, wasn't it? Or was it? Oh, was it?
Especially bad. Yeah.
It's not just like Dead Space. Oh no, it's like melee and all, is it?
Most of the combat is melee related. The problem is more to do with how the melee system works. It's all animation based, so it's like you get locked into the animation, you then have to time your dodges and your attacks, and it's like kind of like The Last of Us, weirdly enough. You know how the melee works in The Last of Us, except in The Last of Us, it's just like a quick time event if an enemy manages to block you.
Oh yeah.
It's like that, except it's done nowhere near as well as The Last of Us, and that's actually congratulating something like this instead of shitting on it. Because The Last of Us is like melee combat. Even though it's mostly spamming button presses, it looks visually impressive when you watch it happen. Like, it looks really good. Callisto Protocol is like that, but like 40 times as janky. And that's the whole game. It's the difference, you know, it's just not good.
Yeah, I never really watched much on it. I was thinking of getting it, but I just held up one day, and I just seen like all the shit show like rolling in. I was like, oh, okay, I'll hold off on this for now. Like some games I do buy when there are shit shows just because it's kind of fun. Like, you know, Fallout 76. Like, to be fair, Fallout 76 was a mess, but I still had fun with it. You know what I mean?
I had a significant amount of enjoyment with that game.
Like, it wasn't the best game in the world, but I still had fun with it. Like, me and you even played it for a little bit.
Yeah, I think I played it with everybody basically. I really had fun with it, mostly because it was a fucking disaster.
I remember like the stage I was with you. Like, I think when I finally started playing, I was like an end game and had like fucking like 40 fusion cores sitting in my power armor.
You know, sometimes you play a game that's like bad or incredibly broken on release, and
Do you ever play New World?
it's you play it and it's really sad, you know, and you feel sad when you play it because you think this could have been so much. With 76, it wasn't sad, even though I was a little disappointed. Oh my god, that is the most fun I think I've ever had. Like,
Yeah, it was a janky mess, but holy fuck, yeah. Like, I played the beta and I was like, yeah, I actually bought it for my mate Troney, and we just played it flat out.
I feel the same way about Cyberpunk. When I initially played it, I felt the same way. Like, I thought it was just so funny.
Cyberpunk was the first game where I'd ever seen bugs in a game from the very start. Like, most games I play through, like, maybe I'll barely ever even notice bugs. Like, even Fallout 76, I didn't bump into as many bugs as people seen. But Cyberpunk, I bumped in, like, you know, when you climb, I don't know what start you picked. I picked the one where you started off in the desert, and you climb up the radio tower, and you know when you're doing the scanning thing.
Did you find the funny window that you go in and it just pings you across the map?
Oh no, I didn't even see that.
Oh yeah, there's right next to that radio tower. There's a little house you can loot. If you jump through the window to get in the house, there was a glitch that would just ping you halfway across the map, and it happened to everyone. It was consistent. It happened to me and many other people as well.
My one was like, Mine was when you're at the radio tower. It's like if you just right clicked it, it would like bug out, and your gun would just like fucking yeet out. Like every single time you had aim outside.
I can't even. I have a clip saved. Well, I had a clip saved on my PC from when the game came out, and I had like a series of like the funniest shit happen. Like I was playing it. Like me and my mate got drunk. Me and my friend Mike, you probably spoke to him before. We got drunk and we were waiting for the release, the midnight launch. We were both hyped as fuck for it. And oh my god, I've never laughed so much in my fucking life at a game as I did with that. Maybe 76 comes close, but holy shit. Within the first 5 minutes, because the game ran so badly on my PC, within the first like 5 minutes, my guy was just randomly getting his penis out for no reason during like cutscenes and driving the car and stuff. Then there was a moment where like I thought, oh, can you carjack cars? So I tried to carjack a car and it like didn't work. Like the guy got carjacked, but like I didn't do any sort of animation. I just stood there, and then the car started driving off with no driver, without me in it. And then a second later, I got teleported into the car, then out of the car. But when it teleported me out of the car, I was in front of it, so it ran me up.
Fucking hell.
This all happened in 5 seconds of me getting it. It's like the first thing I did. It was so fucking broken. Oh, it was so good. And in the clip I recorded with Shadowplay, you could just hear me and Mike laughing for about 5 minutes after it happened. And then
just piss yourself.
A whole night of the midnight launch. It was one thing after another. It kept happening. Like random shit that was so funny. Like, you know, there's one mission you do with Jackie, and he has like his bike, and he gets on his bike and drives off at the end of the mission. Well, I was stood in front of his bike, because obviously he was talking to me, right? And he starts driving off before the conversation ends. So in the middle of the cutscene, he just ran me over and kept running me over, and the cutscene wouldn't end. Then there was a bit where Jackie put his gun inside his head. Do you remember that? Did you get that one? That was a funny one. I like that.
Yeah, more than I did.
Dude, the game just ran so badly. I think everybody had a couple of the funny ones. Like everybody had the, you know, the cars glitching out when you called them in and stuff like that.
Oh yeah.
I think Fallout 76 though, I've never ever in my entire life of playing video games played a game where within the first 10 minutes I was soft locked. Never in my life. And 76 did that to me. So, you know, the first quest, you know, before all the updates and DLC and stuff, the first quest you used to get would send you to the ranger's place to interact with the terminal to get the next mission. Well, that's only like a 3 or 4 minute walk from where you start at the vault. So I went to this terminal, interacted with it, and I got stuck on the terminal. I couldn't get off the terminal. Like it like did the animation where it zooms into the terminal, but it never showed up on the screen, the terminal itself. And I just stayed there forever. I had to close the game. So within the first 10 minutes of 76, the whole game soft locked for me. And that was the funniest shit ever.
Go download New World again.
That basically defines what most. Was that what your experience was like with 76? Because that's what mine was like. It just soft locked and broke within like literally.
I never soft. I don't think I soft locked once. I don't think so. Anyway. I think it fell through the map a few times, but I don't think a soft lock. But like,
you know, I think everybody had the weird bugs, like weird lighting issues, enemies T-posing and glitching out.
Oh yeah, the fucking invisible enemies constantly. You're just taking
enemies just not taking damage when you're shooting them. That was a fun bug. I like that.
I wonder what the last thing they did.
But like even 2 years after the game came out, me and Noam went back to it.
We've got like NPCs, Nolan.
We went back and we fought the Mirelurk Queen a few times, right? Because that's, you know, that's part of the end game stuff, isn't it? Right. So we fought the Mirelurk Queen a few times. The first time we fought the Mirelurk Queen after going back to the game, the Mirelurk Queen's health bar wasn't draining. It kept going back up by itself for no reason. So the boss was unbeatable. And
we're getting there.
Like there was like some regen or something going on. But apparently that's a bug. It can happen with any enemy in the game. Their health just keeps regenerating. Like, and the Mirelurk Queen, you do such little damage to it that it meant it was unkillable. So we sunk all of our ammo into it, and it wasn't even close.
Mirelurk Queen's pretty early boss, is it not? It's like a.
I might
It's.
be thinking of the wrong one, but it's the one that flies around in like.
Oh yeah, in the radiation zone. Yeah.
The original. It was.
Yeah. You're thinking like the big.
It was
Yeah,
the
no,
original
just home.
final boss of the game originally.
Yeah, it was in like the radiation zone. Actually, called in the nuke.
Apparently the game's really.
It's got mostly positive reviews at the
but
moment.
I haven't revisited it.
I don't know, but I'd go back to it. Like.
When I last played it, you know how Gnome is with games. He gets into a game and then like min maxes the fuck out of it and then plays it to death like he has with Sea of Thieves. And with Fallout 76, I ended up with like a build that was so broken the game wasn't fun to play anymore. Every enemy was like a one-hit kill, so I was just like, well, there's not really much point in playing this now because I've just won basically.
The year it passes out for Siege. That's a game I wouldn't mind going back to at some point, but I don't know. Rainbow Six Siege was fun, but like I don't know if I'll go back to it.
I've just
Really
got no
good.
inspiration to play multiplayer games. I reinstalled Fortnite to play it, but I just can't.
Abstergo? What's that? Is that the fucking? I don't know. It's not. It's a completely different game. It's similar to what I thought it was, but I thought it was that Ubisoft game where it was like based on like, like Greek myths, but it's like another game based on Greek myths. Why my monitors just like messed up there? I'm going to reinstall New World for the sake of it. It's been a while since I played it. I think the new area is out. Hopefully it's actually good now. Well, it was okay at release, but there wasn't much content for an MMO.
I've never actually even heard of it.
It's the Amazon MMO.
MMOs do very little for me at this point.
There's some really good MMOs out there. Yeah. Guild Wars 2 is really good. Still is.
My girlfriend really likes Elder Scrolls Online, but I could never really get into it that well.
Yeah, I could. It's one of the MMOs I've tried so many times to get into, and I just can't. Like I'll go back to it every year a year or so and try to play it for a while, and I play it for like a week and then never touch it again. Like it's not a bad game from what I played, but it's just I can't. What the fuck? Street Fighter VR. Never even heard of it. Street Fighter VR is coming to Japanese arcades. Signalis. What's these on? – 96% positive reviews are mostly positive. I'm looking forward to playing it. I just haven't got around it. Style of it looks cool. It reminds me of Another World. Did you ever play that game? It's a really old game.
Name rings a bell.
It had two names. It was Another World, and then it had two titles, depending on where you were. I can't remember what the name was. Oh, in America, it was called Out of This World. There's a collection for it on Switch for Another World and Flashback. Flashback, that's a game I haven't played in years. Flashback. I used to love that game. Another World is fun. It's not a long game, but it's one of them like trial and it's like like old style games where it's just like pure trial and error.
Sometimes a game doesn't have to be long to be good. I think that's something people forget.
Alright. This game, like, it's not that long, but it was good. Like, it's a really old game though as well.
Hello, this is Photography Gamer. Welcome back
I think
to the
length
channel.
is like super
reviewing
important for quality of a game. What was it recently people were criticizing? People were criticizing a game because it was like too short. The fuck was it? Oh yeah, Hi-Fi Rush. People were criticizing Hi-Fi Rush because it's like 7 hours long.
I'm looking forward to playing Hi-Fi Rush.
I don't know why that matters. I mean, it's made by the original creator of Devil May Cry.
The style of it looks so good. Like I started like I played a tiny bit of it on CloudShare the other day. I didn't even play it. I just watched the intro cutscene. And I was like, the style of it, it's so well done. Like the animation and all.
It is, and of all developers, Tango Gameworks haven't exactly got the best history of titles, but they've always got really interesting titles. I'll give them credit there. But the guy, the lead guy at Tango Gameworks, the main game director, he's the guy who worked on
Most of
Resident
the
Evil 4. He's the guy
most of the games are pretty good. Evil Within, Evil Within 2. They're both good games.
Yeah. Plus Devil May Cry, he was the inventor of the series of Devil May Cry. He invented the Spectacle Fire, so it makes sense that Hi-Fi Rush is good, right? I mean, it's the original guy.
Mm. Ghostwire Tokyo was kind of the Ghostwire Tokyo was a wee bit of a miss. Parts of it were good, but I don't know.
I don't really have much to say about it. That's the weirdest thing. I played that game for like 20 hours and I don't have anything to say
Like,
about it.
it wasn't bad, but it wasn't good. Like it was kind of, eh.
I think it had loads of I love the depiction of Tokyo and Japan in that game. I think it looks amazing. I think
The style of the yokai and stuff are cool.
I think the animation quality, the attacks, even the story to some extent is pretty good. But it's just there's something about it that I can't put my finger on.
It's really forgettable for what like, the designs and all. You'd think it would stand out a bit more, but it's like
as beautiful as Tokyo is in that game. I think the way I keep coming back to Yakuza, but the example of Yakuza and how it makes Tokyo look, I think, is just as appealing in the same way. Like it's a really interesting depiction. I think the problem with Ghostwire Tokyo is just that it's the I'm gonna say
it's hard to explain.
I'm gonna say it again. It's the same fucking problem every other open world game has. It's
It's not really.
over and over again.
It doesn't really have a big open world, though, does it?
Oh, it's massive.
I didn't get that far into it.
It really is. It's huge. Like the map's really limited at first, but you unlock more of it as you go on. Like unlike Assassin's Creed, for example, you can't even visit the areas you haven't unlocked. So I've pretty much unlocked the whole world in that game, and it is actually for a first-person game where you can't, where you don't drive, it's massive.
You can like zoom across the rooftops and all, can't you?
I just think maybe it's the combat, maybe it's the gameplay loop. It's just not that fun. I don't know.
Yeah,
it looks really impressive.
Yeah, like even the designs of the enemies and all are really cool. It's just they kind of dropped. Oh, I was gonna say they kind of dropped the ball on it, but like, yeah, the FPS, the fighting mechanics aren't that cool. Like the animation is really cool for the fighting, but like, it doesn't feel like you're doing.
I've literally, the thing I said earlier, Ghostwire Tokyo actually provides the perfect example for what I was just saying. That game would be better if it wasn't open world, 100%.
Yeah, if it was just full linear, like it would have been good.
If it was a linear game that was 9 hours long, I'd rather play that than what we ended up with, which was a big open world game with nothing to do.
To be fair, the Evil Within 2 wasn't like it was open world, but it wasn't too bad for open world. It wasn't a massive open world though.
I really didn't enjoy either of those games, Evil Within, and I love
Evil Within 1 it's janky. Don't get me wrong, but like once you get used to it, it's not too bad. 2, I prefer 2 a lot more.
I think
2 I actually really enjoyed.
I think 2 is a solid game, and I was really enjoying it until I got to a mission where I basically got myself stuck and I couldn't progress because I went.
I like the story of it.
I went into a mission with 2 bullets, and I was locked into that area and couldn't leave, which meant I had no way of farming bullets. There was nothing in the map. I literally spent like 4 hours trying to get past this area with stealth, and I got so fucking annoyed that I actually traded the game and gave up with it because I was so fucking pissed off.
Bruh.
I literally couldn't progress. I couldn't fucking progress. I'd even lowered the difficulty just trying to get through that area, and I couldn't because it was actually impossible. Because
You usually have something you can do, even if you have no ammo.
It forced me out of stealth, so I couldn't even like non-stealth the area. I was completely stuck. Trust me, I tried everything, and I know I wasn't the only person. Apparently, it's the only part of the game that's like that, where you can't like leave or find ammo, and like if you go in with like no bullets, you're fucked. And I literally had 2. So I was fucked. I
Bruh.
can't even remember where it was. You're like underground, and there's a bunch of like generators you've got to turn on. But every single room with a generator in it has
Oh,
an
is it?
enemy in it, and you can't.
Is it with, like the ghost woman? Like that's the kind of roaming around? No,
I can't
the
even
milk
remember it
woman.
fully. It's been like 3 or 4 years, but I was so
Yeah.
fucking pissed off.
I don't know if I'd replay Evil Within, but I did like it. Like I played through it like once or twice.
Up to that point, I think it was a really fun quality experience. I just think I don't know if that's a balance issue or are we a Japanese game thing. I just don't understand why that had to happen because that thing doesn't happen in Resident Evil. Because in Resident Evil,
Resident Evil always Resident Evil it always gives you more than like way more than you need. Like even on the hardest difficulty, it gives you way more than you need. But you always think
that's
like
Dead Space does the same thing, but Resident Evil has this really intelligent system for ammo where the ammo isn't just on the side of the counter; it's in a box for a reason. Because the box can change its contents depending on what you need at the time.
really?
Yeah, did you not know that?
No. I always had way too much.
It works the same way as Half-Life 2, where the boxes will contain what the game thinks you need at that moment. So Resident Evil 4 especially is so well balanced that it'll always kind of give you what you need when you need it. So you'll never be completely empty in ammo. Evil Within 2 doesn't do that at all. So
Evil
you
Within
end up
2, it has like stuff everywhere. Like there's stuff in bins and shit. Like it's everywhere.
Oh yeah, there's lots of stuff to find. It's just I just happened to be stuck, and I probably could have got through the segment with enough trial and error, but like I was so annoyed by that point that I'd got it on PS4 that I couldn't use like a trainer just to cheat my way through it because I wanted to keep playing it because I was really enjoying it, but nah.
Pretty fun game. I liked it.
I wouldn't. I may revisit it at some point, but yeah. Again, I wanted to revisit Horizon Zero Dawn. That's why I bought it. But I just fucking haven't. I just cannot. I cannot sit through another one of those.
That's a cool game.
Games. I can't do it, man. I can't do it.
That game's pretty cool. Superliminal. Have you seen it?
Yeah,
it's pretty cool.
It's very good, but it's only like 2 hours.
Yeah, it's really short, but it's cool.
I bought it on PS5, and it was because it was like £4. And
I think I got it for free. I think I got it for free on Epic Games at one point.
For me, for £4, that game was 100% worth it because even though it's short, it's really good. So
yeah, it's really cool. I watched a Wild Hearts game out at some point. It's basically just Monster Hunter.
People like kind of shitting on it.
I've heard a lot of them mixed. Like, I've seen some people absolutely loving it, and other people are like shitting on it. But I think it's mainly performance issues.
Isn't it kind of ironic that of all the games released this month, the one that's like been critically acclaimed the most is Yakuza?
Bruh.
Atomic Hearts is not doing well on Metacritic at all. It's on like 75, which I'm not surprised by. Like a Dragon's doing pretty well though, and I mean, like it should.
I'd probably even look at Metacritic.
But like people post screenshots of it on Twitter. That's how I saw it. It's on like 74. It's not doing very well.
And you look at Steam, it's like very positive for Atomic Heart.
It's literally just come out though, like 2 hours ago on Steam.
There's 308 reviews at the moment.
Most of these people haven't got to the open world yet. So I don't think they'll be able to experience how painful it is.
Someone's 10 hours in on this one, saying like, fucking, they wrote a massive review for 10 hours, and it's like, they'll even finish the game probably. It's more like it's okay doing first impressions, but like doing full review, like sometimes they don't even finish the game before they do a full review on the game. Like sometimes you can get the gist of it, but like I feel like if you want to do a full review, you have to legit finish it. Like if there's okay.
Passionately annoyed when people will say they like a game just because they enjoy the first the opening act. The problem is that's why I have a problem with game critics and air quotes is that one of the critics who reviewed Ishin said they couldn't even get through the whole game because they hated it so much. I'm just like, what?
Yeah, at least finish the game and then say that. It's like I felt like a drag.
I can't even like bear to get through the story. It's like, well, then the game is obviously not for you. I mean, that's fine. I mean, you're
Yeah.
wrong.
They still could have finished it and then said that. It's like, oh, like, it felt like a slog to go through, but like, they still should finish the game, John.
That's the
Part of their
problem
job.
game critics have is that's the problem game critics have is they have to play through basically every game that comes out. And yeah, I would imagine that if that's your job, that you start to lose a bit of passion for the things you love, and you start to become quite cynical about things like that.
Mm.
Someone criticized it for, between missions, it would just pull you into a sub story. And yeah, it can be annoying sometimes, but you don't have to do it then and there. You can always
Yeah, sometimes sometimes it does drag you into it, but like you can just start it and then move on.
Yeah, but that's because some sub stories are literally just one fight with a bit of
Yeah.
story. It's not a huge deal. It's really not. Whereas,
Like one of them's you talk to an old woman and you hang around with her for like a minute or two, and that's that start of the sub story done. Then you pop into her again later on.
I found Ishin to not be guilty of some of the worst things Yakuza does. Like in Yakuza 3, I just spent like 2 hours going out for meals with fucking Akiyami for some reason, and like that shit is annoying because it is literally wasting my time and the game. And it's like that's why it's there. It's to waste a bit of time. But like even in those moments, there's still character development going on, even though it is a waste of time and doesn't accelerate the plot. I found that Ishin doesn't even do that at all. Everything you do is important to the story. It doesn't like do the funny in Yakuza 2, find a dog, spend 4 hours finding a dog in Yakuza 2. It doesn't do that. Thank God. Because that was the most annoying thing I've ever seen in my life. It's not guilty of the worst sins that the series has. And that is one of them, is like what feels like padding, like wasting your time.
That's a game you could have a look at some point if you're interested. Soul Hackers. What's it called? Soul Hacker. Oh, it's weird because it's only Soul Hackers 2. Because the first one was like a DS game or some shit. But like Soul Hackers 2, it's like a bridge between Persona and Shin Megami Tensei. So it's like a mix of both of them. I've heard good. I've heard some people say it's amazing. I've heard other people say it's absolute dog shit. But it's like I guess look into it and see if it's your kind of thing.
But it's like, I bought a Persona 4 and I haven't even finished it.
you can't sick of it already. How far did you get? You're probably pretty close to the end of it anyway, aren't you?
I'm like 45 hours into it, and like it feels like the story's over, but like it just keeps going. Like stuff just keeps happening, and I'm just like I'm really losing interest now. I'm not criticizing the quality of the game. I'm criticizing the amount of attention I can give to a game before I get fed up with it.
You're probably running to the end anyway, aren't you? Maybe I'll finish it off. Let's see. I might start Persona 3 again at some point. It's going down the free to play. All I see is Cockville. Alright, I'll stop New World on the download. Hopefully, well, I guess if it was going to be on, it would be on now. It's not. I was hoping that Atomic Heart would be on the cloud gaming thing. So I don't know what problem with the main hard drive. I don't think there's enough space. I didn't see Atomic Heart here anymore. It's not showing up on the main page for some reason. 75 gig. I kind of hope a smaller hard drive, but like it takes so long to load. I guess it doesn't really matter. I guess it's a single player game. Doesn't matter having a few extra minutes to load. It's still annoying, especially when you use the shorter load times. I need to get back into Persona 5 as well. I think I'll call it.
That's alright, man. I've kind of been talking bollocks for the last 2 hours anyway. I was actually going to play Fortnite, but
So good.
Not
I
stopping.
got
Yakuza 3.
I got kind of bored after the first like 10-20 minutes of Fortnite anyway. Ended up playing other stuff and I got bored of it.
I don't have much motivation to play multiplayer games at the minute. How far did you get in Yakuza 3, by the way?
I finished it.
Oh.
I finished 0 to 4. I'm on Yakuza 5 at the moment.
It's just.
I can't remember when it starts picking up.
Majima's involved with the. It's just been revealed that Majima's involved with the main plot for me, which is not really a surprise.
Majima's all about.
Yeah, but I don't buy it. I don't buy that he's the bad guy. There's no way, because he never really is truly the bad guy. He's always kind of in this weird place. He's in the middle.
But yeah, well, sure, you know he's in the legumes anyway, so. Although when you see, are you are you in purgatory?
No.
Oh no, that's with Majima Construction, isn't it? The third game. Or I think of a different one.
Yeah.
What actually happens with the Millennium Tower? I can't remember. Like with Majima Construction and shit.
That's
I can't.
me too.
What's he building in the second one, or what's he building in the third one? I can't remember.
I don't know. I know in the second one he was rebuilding the Millennium Tower, right?
I went to the Yakuza page for Majima Construction. It's just a wee promotional thing. To join the team, we build shit. Oh.
I swear he's rebuilding the Millennium Tower.
Majima Construction, Yakuza 3. Majima Construction still resumes in Kamurocho Hills project. That's all it says.
It doesn't really explain what's happening. To be honest with you, Majima, in the original Yakuza 2, Majima was like barely in it at all.
He's the minor character, wasn't he? Or he's the minor character in all of them, really, but like, just because people liked him, they brought him in more, didn't it?
Yeah, it really is a true crime that he isn't in 4 or 5 anywhere near as much as he should be.
I don't even remember much. I don't even know what he did in 4.
Exactly. Not a whole lot. Same as 5.
Oh no, in 4 he took over part of the Toho clan, didn't he? He was like high up.
Like he was kind of relaxed and didn't really do anything.
Yeah, he's basically like a shadow.
The only thing he did in 4 was the story between him and Saejima. That's really the only thing he's involved with in that one.
Hmm.
So obviously there's one time you fight him as Kiryu, I think, once near the beginning of the game. Then you fight him again as Saejima later on, when you confront him.
Oh yeah.
And he tells Saejima to kill him. That's what happens. I remember that. That was quite a big moment.
And he's like, nah, bruh.
Well, there's a reason for it. It's
because
Saejima blames him for, well, being in prison for 15 years. Even, and it is technically kind of Majima's fault, a little bit. Apparently, though, the reason he calmed down so much in 5 and 6 and was, like, very, very rarely in it was because his main issue with Saejima, his main reason for being the Mad Dog, had kind of calmed down a little bit because
it's like his story arc's kind of done.
Yeah, and Zero just reinvigorated, his backstory and gave him even more depth than you thought he had before. It provides a lot of context for what happened between, the ramen shop and the main games. For Majima, it gives a lot of context of how he ended up the way he did. It's surprising because they could have just made him crazy in Zero, but like they actually provide a lot of backstory for how he ended up that way.
Yeah, they could have just had. I guess they probably didn't have enough. No, I don't know. Wonder what they did there, because like they could have just had it carry the whole game, Join. But instead they split it.
They were really clever about it, though, right? So in Kiwami 2, in the remake, you know, there's like this Majima expansion. Did you play it?
The construction thing? You talking about the mini game?
No, there's when you beat the game, there's a little side story where you play.
Kiwami 2?
Yeah.
Oh. I can't. I don't know if it did. I don't know.
The important part of that particular plot point is that it fills a hole in Majima's story.
Oh, the Majima saga. I think I did do that.
Yeah, it fills a hole that was left by Yakuza 0's story, and that's that. How did Majima calm down? Well, his story with the blind girl kind of comes to an end in Kiwami 2's expansion thing, whatever it is.
I'm pretty sure I did it. I played through it. I did play through it.
Basically, Majima has forgiven himself for his love for that woman, because he found love again, basically.
I actually don't know.
Weird, but
oh, I can check now if I did it.
They were trying to They were basically trying to contextualize why Majima is so much calmer in Yakuza 3 and onwards.
Yeah, I'm looking through like a Majima saga thing. I'm pretty sure I did play through it. Oh, why is... Oh, God. I went through like all three monitors there for a second. It's been so long since I played Kiwami 2. It doesn't feel like it's been that long, but it's been a few years. I put 34 hours into it, apparently. I didn't do much of this.
When it came out.
I didn't do as much of the side stuff in Kiwami 2 because like I was playing, like I was doing the games back to back to back. So like by the time I got to the third game, I was like I was on that. I was just like, I need to, like I'm not doing all the side stuff and all Giant. Like
that always happens with these games for me. Is I plan to go back and do the side stuff and I never do.
Like I put 110 hours into Zero, 48 into Kiwami, and then 34 into Kiwami 2. The Kiwami 2 I basically just.
I've kind of accepted a little fact recently though, and that's that I don't have to go back and do these things. I feel obliged to, but I've started to realize that I don't have to do that.
Yeah, like it's only if you want to. Like
I lose motivation after the main story finishes to continue with the sub story stuff, which is why with Ishin I tried to do as much as I could before I beat the main story, which is why I ended up playing it for like 35, 36 hours. And I'm probably done with that game now, if I'm honest. I mean, I've started playing Yakuza 3, so I must be.
I might play a little bit in bed tonight. I've still got a good bit to go. I'm 20 hours in now, but like I did a lot of side stuff. Like I kind of did more. I basically took a branch and just did a shit ton of side stuff early.
Don't get me wrong. I don't think it's the best Yakuza game in the whole series, but defining which one is the best is really difficult because they're all completely different in their own way.
Yeah, like one will be better for the story, one will be better for combat, one will be better for side stuff. Join.
Yeah, I mean, Yakuza 3 might arguably have the worst combat of all the modern games, but it might arguably have one of the better stories of all the modern games as well.
Yeah,
it's like a double-edged sword, really. There is no. I think Zero is the only game where they pretty much got all of it perfect, which is why it's the most popular one, and it makes sense.
Apart from some of the side stuff, I'd say yeah. Like there's a few side things in Zero I didn't like.
I think a majority of the side stuff in Zero is actually the best in the franchise. It's just some of it is not good. Like
it has a few downsides, but for the most part, yeah. Well, I might run through it again at some point.
Ishin has a fucking shit ton of like Japanese fucking like puzzle games like Mahjong and Koi Koi and all that shit. And like,
Yeah.
that's like more than half of the mini games. So I just don't care about any of that. So for me, that stuff's not that interesting.
Yeah, I know.
Holy shit, Lost Judgment has so many good like side mini games. It's absurd. Like,
Like a dragon, I put a 35 hours into apparently. But like, I'm only in chapter 5. I'm not that far in. I'm not in chapter 5. I'm in chapter 4.
I beat the game at like 60 to 70 hours. I did a lot in that game. It is a long game, to be fair. I did all the battle dungeon stuff because I thought it was really good.
I can see myself doing a lot in this one, but it's just I kind of want to finish the other games before I played a bit. Like I put 35 hours into this, but I feel like I should say the rest. I kind of want to hold off playing more of it until I finish 5 and 6. The reason I start
5 and 6 won't take you that long because most of the sub story stuff. Okay, 6 is generally a shorter game than the rest, but it also, because it has fully voiced sub stories, which is really nice, by the way. I do like that about it. The sub stories themselves.
I'll take a call chat. I'll be on tomorrow.
They're a lot more like
Peace.